Good morning. Casey here. It is day 6 of the Public Order Emergency Commission in Ottawa. This is a shot inside Library and Archives Canada. Get ready to get underway today. So today we should hear from possible 3 witnesses. Patricia Ferguson, Ottawa Police Service, Craig Abrams of the Ontario Provincial Police, and Carson Pardy, OPP. So we may get to 1 or 2 or 3 of those witnesses today. I'll 1 member from the OPS and then 2 from OPP. How's everyone doing this morning? Had some bombshell testimony yesterday from Ontario Provincial Police, Pat Morris, Intelligence. So I'm going to upload some of those videos. We'll play them for you too. There was some bombshell testimony yesterday. No, I haven't seen the video from Randy Hillier yet. Maybe you could send it to me. Send me a link. Good morning, everyone. Right. Should be joined by Patriot Smoothie too in a few minutes. All right. Get some of these videos uploaded. Blah, blah, blah. Looks like we're almost ready to get going here. So I've got a couple of videos here from yesterday's testimony. This is Ontario Provincial Police Intelligence Officer Pat Morris.
January 26th, so that's another Hendon report. That's 2 days before the arrival, am I right?
Yep.
And that has a section called the seriousness of the threats and lists a number of points in terms of the seriousness. None of those threats mention the horns or the idling, open fires, harassment of residents. That's not one of the threats, is it?
It's not listed as one of the threats, no.
And again, it talks about the potential presence of individuals who espouse fringe ideologies and have access to weapons. And that too wasn't a problem in Ottawa, correct?
That's correct. Well, I should comment on that. In terms of, it's a subject, weapons? No. In terms of being discerned as such? No. Presence of people with fringe views? I would say there were people present with fringe views, depending upon your determination of fringe.
And I believe that Hendon report indicates, so 2 days before, and it's, I believe in bold, that Project Hendon has not identified any concrete, specific, or credible threats with regard to the convoy.
That is accurate, true.
And the concern about the heavy machinery, that heavy machinery wasn't used for any destructive purposes in Ottawa, was it?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be best posed to the Ottawa Police Service.
I think we're still waiting on things to get.
Order allowed. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Today we have a new witness.
We do.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
It's Frank Au, Senior Counsel for the Commission. Our next witness is Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Sorry, Commissioner, if I could interject, there's an echo here that's quite distracting. I don't know if there's a difficulty with the sound system.
Okay. Not sure. There is a bit of an echo.
I don't hear it. I believe this is Ottawa Police Service Deputy Chief Ferguson. I believe might be OPP. Yeah, Patricia Ferguson, Ottawa Police Service.
Okay, is that better? Okay,
Deputy Chief Ferguson, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to swear in the Bible, please.
Most people swearing on the Bible.
The Bible in your right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Patricia Ferguson, Patricia Ferguson.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
morning.
Good morning, Deputy Chief,
Good morning. It's actually Acting Deputy Chief.
Acting Deputy Chief. We met in the summer when you attended an interview with the Commission.
Yes, I recall.
And after that interview, we prepared a summary for you to review.
Yes,
And I understand that you've adopted the contents of that summary.
yes, I have.
Is there any corrections that you'd like to make to that summary?
No, none.
Commissioner, would that be the evidence then? Now, I'll just call you Deputy Chief for short.
Just for the record, maybe do the
Oh,
number.
Yes, it's WTS 5 zeros, sorry, WTS 6 zeros and 2 3. Now, Deputy Chief, during the Freedom Convoy protest back in January and February, you were the executive responsible for community policing.
That's correct.
And in that role, you supervised the Specialized Policing Directorate.
Yes, I did.
And that directorate includes the Special Events Unit, which was responsible for planning before the arrival of the convoy.
That's correct.
And just to get a sense of the top executive level at the Ottawa Police Service, at the time, at the top there was the former Chief Slowly,
Yes,
and then he was assisted by 2 deputy chiefs.
that's right.
You were one of those.
Yes.
And the other, who was the other deputy chief?
A Deputy Chief Stephen Bell.
And he's now the interim chief of the Ottawa Police Service.
Yes, he is.
What portfolio was he responsible for back in January last winter?
We refer to it as the 3 I's: information, intelligence, and investigations.
So whereas you had strategic oversight over planning as part of the community policing, Deputy Chief had strategic oversight over intelligence.
That's right.
Now, you've told us during our interview that you first learned about the Freedom Convoy, the fact that they were traveling to Ottawa during the week of January 17th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And yesterday, the Commission heard evidence that the OPP started sharing intelligence reports related to the Freedom Convoy with the OPS as early as January 13th.
That's my understanding.
So I want to explore with you the extent to which that intelligence was shared within the OPS.
So the initial sharing of that report went to our intelligence section or our intelligence superintendent. And I should lay the groundwork in that in January of 2022, so January 3rd, a number of our senior officers changed portfolios. So the person who received that was Superintendent Rob Drummond. However, he had moved portfolios at that point in time. I do know it was shared with him, with our special events section, and with former Chief Slowly.
And when did you first learn about those Hendon reports?
I believe the first one that I was privy to and actually received was on the 27th of January.
Okay.
Or the 28th of January, in and around then. So after the convoy was well underway.
Can I call up the document number OPS 30-14479? If we go to page 26. Now, Deputy Chief, so this is your note. There's some reference, I believe, to February the 1st. So during the interview we had in the summer, I believe you said that the first time you learned about Project Hendon was after the arrival of the convoy. Do you recall that?
So I would have received it on the 27th or 28th, but those were hectic times. So I can't say for sure that I actually saw the report at that point in time. I just know that that's when it landed in my email inbox. So my recollection was, as I mentioned when I spoke to you in the summertime, I had not been aware that this project was underway with the OPP.
Okay. And if you received the report as of the 27th, what did you do with it since you first learned about it?
I don't recall. I expect I probably would have seen it at some point in time in my inbox, but it was a chaotic time, so many things were going on.
Now, you had your team started planning for Project Hendon, started planning for the arrival of the convoy sometime before the 27th. Do you know the extent to which they were privy to those intelligence information?
The special events planning team, I can't say. I believe that our intelligence, some of our intelligence officers would have seen it prior to the convoy arriving, but I don't know the exact date of that. And my role was really at a strategic level, so the plans were being developed, and they're developed with intelligence, open source information, police liaison team information.
Tell us about the usual process for the OPS in planning for a major event like these convoy protests. What's the expectations in terms of information sharing as between the intelligence unit and the planning unit?
It's generally fairly smooth. I would say that the bulk of the information for demonstrations prior to the convoy was not intelligence-based, it was information. And so it was, open source, whether that is, for an example, if we have a concert coming into town, the special events unit will look at what kind of, music it is, what kind of crowd it draws. They will speak to places where that band has played before, and they will develop a plan that is, commensurate with what they've seen in other places. And so for the convoy, they did their usual, where they look to, determine as much as they could, reached out to other police services where the convoy was traveling through, getting information from them, trying to get an assessment or an idea of numbers that we were looking at, and what kind of behavior they were engaging in along the way in their cities. And up until that point, we were hearing that, they were cooperative, they were providing lanes of traffic across the prairies. And so our special events team was alive to those issues and continued to gather that right up until the day they came into town.
Now, yesterday we heard from Superintendent Morris that the intelligence that was available strongly suggested a long-term event, meaning weeks, not days or a weekend. Did your planning team take that into account?
I believe what our planning team did was assessed all of the information that they had, and perhaps there was some information saying that some factions of it would be staying for longer. I think what they did was they developed a plan commensurate to the experience that we've had for over 2.5 decades in this city, as far as I know, on what demonstrations generally look like, how long they last, and the type of behavior we see. And so I believe they planned taking into account all of that information and developed a plan that we had.
Now, were there not signs that this protest was going to be different in the days or weeks leading up to the arrival?
I believe what was fluctuating for us was the numbers, the actual volume of trucks, and the money that they were collecting. I think towards the last few days, we were seeing that there was a big spike in the GoFundMe money being raised. So that was different than most of the demonstrations that we see. Did that tell us specifically that they were planning on staying for a long time and that when they got here, they would engage in the behavior that they did? It did not. And I think what we've learned is that there's a lot of misinformation.
So this would be a
disinformation, and
commission
false
lawyer
information
here.
surrounding this group. And so they were trying to assess as best they could, but they relied generally on the experience that that seasoned planning team had.
Now, let's take a look at some of the documents that we know were available to your team. First of all, the initial plan that was developed
And
by the
it's
OPS,
really looking like they're
that
trying
was
to
written by Staff
discredit
Sergeant,
almost the OPP testimony from
Kevin
yesterday.
Kennedy, right?
Yes.
Let's see what
And,
happens
it
here.
was then approved by Inspector Lucas,
That's right.
and they both reported to you, right?
Yeah, interesting,
They
John.
reported to Superintendent Rayom and then to me. Yes.
Right. They reported to you
Next
through.
two witnesses on the
Superintendent
list are both OPP as
so
well.
if we could call up, please, OPS 402878. So Deputy Chief, I'm showing you an email from Sergeant Sean Kay to Staff Sergeant Kennedy, dated January the 21st. It was forwarded to you at the top. As you can see, we go down to the bottom to page 4. At the top of page 4, you see that it's written there that the goal of the convoy is to remain in Ottawa until the restrictions are repealed.
Yes.
Right? And there's no expectation at the time that those restrictions would be repealed anytime soon.
No.
So didn't that suggest to your team that it was going to be a long-term event, not a weekend event?
I think it suggested there was the potential for that. There were no guarantees, I don't think, in the information that we had or the intelligence even to say that it was going to be here for the amount of time it was.
All right, let's call up another document, OPS 402932. I expect this will be an email dated January the 24th from Sergeant Louis Cavallo, and it was forwarded to you. If we go to page 1 near the bottom, sorry, page 1, maybe we go up. Oh, sorry, I let's find it. I'm looking for the reference where it says different groups now getting on board. Let's scroll down again. Oh, there, that's right. Do you see the cursor here? Different groups now getting on board, such as the farmers and right-wing extremists calling for major disruptions.
I do see that.
And what does that suggest to you?
So it suggests that there's interest in this. A lot of times, some of the information that we will look at are things like, you know, if there's a Facebook Live group and we'll see that a whole lot of people like an event. And we have used that to sort of assess our level of staffing needed for an event. but it doesn't always translate to actual numbers. And so when they say getting on board, that could be a number of different things. That could be that they are contributing to it. That could be that they are supporting them. That could be that they're standing on a highway overpass, honking horns in regard to that.
Now, the commission heard evidence last Friday from a businesswoman, Ms. Carrier. She's a layperson, and she said it was clear to her that the trucks wouldn't be traveling all this way to Ottawa from the west to stay a day for a short protest. It was obvious to her. She didn't have access to any police intelligence. Why wouldn't it be obvious to?
Okay, so what does this have to do with anything exactly?
This kind of events?
That it's obvious to
Well, I
some
think we're
random
trained
person that
to
has
analyze
assumptions
a lot
about
of
things?
information.
My
And so that
goodness,
was
what
part of the
leading?
information that formed the planning that was going on. But as I said, with this campaign, there was a lot of information coming at us from different sources. Some sources are more reliable than others. And I think even the Hendon reports left it quite open that this could be, a prolonged event, but then in another sentence indicated that they were expecting they would be leaving town by the end of the weekend or by the middle of the following week. So when we addressed the community, preparing them for this, we said a prolonged event. And for us, the experience in that was over the 3 days, of the weekend. So did we err in our assessment of this? Clearly we did.
Well, in addition to the Hendon reports, there were also other sources of information being provided to the city and to the OPS, corroborating those intelligence reports, such as the email from the Hotel Association suggesting that people were booking
The Hotel Association,
30 days to stay in
that's
the hotels.
that's their
Lots
source of
people doing that.
information.
Why
The
wouldn't
OPP's
that
testimony
strongly
told us very
suggest an event
clearly
beyond the
some
weekend?
very important things, and now it looks like they're maybe starting
Well,
to
we did
try
work
to
to track
discredit
down
some of that
some of those
testimony.
sources of information, and we were getting misinformation, I said, and disinformation. And I think that was one of those things that they weighed in assessment. We followed up with Steve Ball of the Hotel Association to determine just how many rooms had been booked. And over the course of the convoy, that piece of information came up on a number of occasions. And the reality was that our hotels were not able to be booked to capacity because they did not have the staff. We were still in the 6th wave of COVID, and they were working at very limited capacity at that point in time.
Now, the truck started to arrive on Friday, the 28th, right? And you gave an immediate briefing on that day at 11 a.m. So let's go to OPS 403851. So you see, Deputy Chief, that these are your speaking notes.
Yes.
So if we go down a little bit, you said, over the last few days, our team has been finalizing operational plans in anticipation of the demonstrations. Planning has involved coordination with our policing and intelligence partners at all levels of government. And the Ottawa Police would like to thank them, and so on. Information gathered continues to indicate this will be a large and significant event that is expected to last through the weekend. There's no mention that there was any expectation it would go beyond the weekend.
There was none.
Why was that?
As I said, we weighed the information intelligence we had, and that was the plan that was developed based on what our best assessment of that was.
Wouldn't it have been helpful to notify the public, the business owners and the residents, that at the very least there was a strong possibility of the event going beyond the weekend?
Yes, it may well have been helpful.
Now, you agree that the planning was premised entirely on the assumption that this was going to be a 2-day event, right?
Yes.
Commissioner, may I just raise one issue? I appreciate that the Commission Council has control of the presentation of the evidence in the hearing. And also that given the number of parties, each of us has a limited time with each of the witnesses called. May I ask through you that the witnesses, and this is a good example, be taken to the parts of the record that might balance the premise of some of the questions that we have heard so far. And I raise that because with this witness, we have 25 minutes. I know my friends have, some of them have less, maybe some have more. It's not possible for us in the limited time that we have to put each of the pieces of information that might, for example, put into context the questions that my friend Mr. Au has raised so far.
Good point, OPS counsel.
The premise of his question, a strong possibility that it was going to be longer. Well, there's evidence that it was going to be a weekend. And we could draw it out, but I would be grateful if I could raise through you that the commission's time with the witnesses be perhaps more balanced in presenting the information that in this case Deputy Chief Ferguson had.
Oh my God.
Rather than counting
This is
on her to
fantastic.
remember all of it.
The OPS is asking the commission to be more balanced in their
Well, I think
questioning
that
of the
certainly
witnesses.
you're correct in terms of the
Even the
commission is
OPS
to bring
admits
out
the
the
commission's
evidence
trying to bend the narrative,
either
folks.
way, and to
The
bring
OPS,
all
no,
of the
everyone can
facts,
see that they're trying to
to
establish a
the
government
public
narrative
eye.
here.
And to
Fuck,
the degree
get
there
effed,
is
commission.
material that goes the other way, I'm sure the commission council will refer to it. And if they don't, I'm sure you will, but I can assure you our objective in this hearing is to provide the public with all of the information, pro and con, of course, as you point out. And can't guarantee we're always 100% correct in what we do. We do the best we can. And of course, you also know that there is always enough cross-examination time to equal
No,
the
there
amount of
isn't.
time
No, there
commission
isn't.
takes.
No, there isn't. No,
So
there
in
isn't. That's a
total,
lie.
we
That's a
hope that
lie. They get
all
the
of
monopoly of the
different
time.
perspectives are brought out. And yesterday, I think, was a good example where there was some very useful, I thought, information brought out by the various parties participating. So
Yeah, keep
I
trying to
certainly,
justify it, Commissioner. Your bias is on your face.
I'm grateful.
You wear
for
your
the
bias on your
contribution of
sleeve,
all the
sir.
Parties. So your question is noted, your concern is noted, and I'm sure council will take it into account.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Now, when you spoke to us
guy
in
just got
August,
blown out
you
of the water.
mentioned, that the OPS had standard plans that it used for parades and other major events like Canada Day, right?
Yes.
Now, the initial plan for the Freedom Convoy, and by the way, the document number is OPP 404262. We don't need to call it up right now, but just for the record, that's the plan I'm referring to, the January 28th, 29th plan. Do you agree that that initial plan was largely a boilerplate plan that followed the standard template?
Yeah, I believe the components of the plan were the standard components that we employ. So yes.
And according to this initial plan, the convoy vehicles would enter downtown Ottawa, and the plan was to stack those vehicles along Wellington between Kent and Elgin. Am I right?
I believe we had 4 areas where we were going to be stacking vehicles, but yes, that was one of them.
Now, was this plan then, this traffic component, was it premised on this being a 2-day event?
Yes, it was.
And so here's something perhaps you can help me understand, because we heard from Councillor McHale on Friday that even for an event like Canada Day, there would be road closures in the downtown core and barriers set up to control the mass of vehicles that might otherwise cause a problem. So why wasn't this done here?
Well, I believe we had officers in who were, our traffic unit was leading the trucks to where they were supposed to be. So I believe that was, barriers and road closures impede our ability to get around. And so I think that was what they were doing, was that once the vehicles were in place, and we've had a number where people have stayed for 2 days on Wellington. And that is, it's obviously the place where they want to be. That's the whole point of their protesting the federal government. And so that was what happened in this case. And in terms of road closures and barriers, I'm not sure that would have been helpful. If people were wanting to leave, the barriers would have impeded them from being able to do that.
Was any consideration given to, for example, taking the trucks somewhere beyond downtown and have transportation arranged so that people could protest downtown, so the people could be there?
Yes, there was, in fact, the area designated, I noticed Coventry Road, I can't remember the full name of the baseball park, but that was an area that was designated as somewhere where they could go. And in fact, some people did carpool from there and come downtown.
But I guess the intent of my question was to move all of the trucks away from the downtown, not just some of them.
I think realistically, a number of them really wanted to be in front of Parliament Hill. If we could have done that, if we had gotten cooperation, that certainly would have been our goal. But we didn't know the size of, of the convoy, how many trucks we were dealing at and how big an area we had to work with. So we did our best, I think, to keep them out of residential areas. And that was why, parkways were chosen, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, in order to make sure that, we could afford losing that road for the weekend and limit the disruption for Ottawa citizens. That was the intent.
Now, in hindsight, what would you have done differently in this planning phase?
I suppose we would have given more credibility to the information and intelligence telling us that there was a faction that were planning on staying for a much longer period of time.
All right. Now, so far, we've been talking about the OPS planning before the convoy's arrival. I'm going to turn now to the OPS response after they've arrived.
Okay.
But before I do that, I want to ask you some basic questions about what's known as the incident command system.
Okay.
Now, I understand that in responding to incidents, including protests and demonstrations, the police sometimes use a model called incident command system.
That's correct.
And within the system, the role you played back in January, February, was the role of a strategic commander.
That's
correct? Now, there are 3 different levels to the command.
Yes.
Strategic, operational, and tactical.
Yes.
What does the strategic command do?
So strategic really informs the goals of what it is we're trying to achieve. So in this case, to safely, manage this event, and ultimately, once they had arrived and, not left, our goal became to encourage them to leave. And so that's the strategic level, and that really is what where I was sitting at. The event commander, who was Superintendent Rayom.
Sorry, before we get to the next level,
Sure.
we're going to talk about the operational, right? So before we leave the strategic, so just to clarify, you'd be setting the strategic objective, and would you be also responsible for appointing the operational commander?
Yes.
So once the objective is set and you've appointed an operational commander, is there some expectation that you'll give autonomy to the operational commander?
Absolutely. That's the only way it works.
And why is that important?
Well, because they're the ones who have, much more connection with what is happening in the different areas. And so they are much more aware of, from the ground, what is going on, and they're able to take in that information, measure it against what they know what's going on in another area, and be able to make a decision in an event. I'm not always privy to those.
And would it also be the role of the strategic commander to ensure that the operational commander had the requisite resources to see to the end of the situation?
Absolutely.
Okay, now let's talk about the operational commander, the next level down. What does that involve? Okay,
so that would be the event commander, and that is somebody who takes in, as I alluded to a little bit already, the information that's coming at him. He's got a variety of different people who are reporting to him and providing him with updates, and he is really sort of the quarterback, I guess, if you will, making sure that
Where's your responsibility,
sent to the
Superintendent
right
or
places in order
Chief?
to assist achieving our goals here in this. And then we would move to the tactical level.
So is it the responsibility of the operational commander to develop a suitable plan to address the incident?
I think he assigns that task to his team to do that, and ultimately he's the final approver of the plan.
And depending on the severity of the incident, perhaps the operational commander is sometimes called an incident commander, sometimes a critical incident commander, and I guess with the OPS, they're also called the event commander, right?
Yes, yes.
And your role as the strategic commander is also known as the major incident commander.
That's right.
All right. Now, you mentioned that the operational commander may get other people to help them.
Yes.
Would these be like subject matter experts in specialized policing areas?
Yes, and he would work at his level, so with other superintendents, so let's say the intelligence superintendent or the investigation superintendent, to make sure that they are feeding into that their people are involved in the plan, in the aftermath, and carrying out whatever needs to be done at the time of the tasks.
And some of these specialized areas that I expect we'll hear about include the public order unit.
That's correct.
And the police liaison team.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the next. Actually, before we leave this, we're going to be hearing from Inspector Lucas and Superintendent Bernier next week. Would they be operational commanders?
So Inspector Lucas was the incident commander and Superintendent Bernier was the event commander.
And they would both be at the operational command level, right?
No, Superintendent Bernier was at the, operational. And I believe that Inspector Lucas was more in the, you're right, sorry, he would be in that operational phase. And the tactical one is more the POU, PLT, traffic.
Right.
Yep.
So they would both be reporting to you back in January, February.
Yes, they would.
So finally, the tactical level, what does that involve?
So that involves the specific units, and their tasks are very focused on, as I said, the traffic unit. They came up with their plan on how to, and this one was very much a traffic related incident or event. But we also had our public order teams, our police liaison teams, we had intelligence teams, we had investigations, we had our communications team, we had logistics, staffing. And as the event grows, you build out the pieces that you need. Finance, for example, HR was involved. We were swearing in other officers from other jurisdictions. So as that progressed and grew, so did our table.
Would it be fair to say that the tactical level of command is responsible for executing the plan that is developed by the operational commander?
Yes, it would.
Let's talk about the two specialized unit that I put to you before, the PLT or Police Liaison Unit. What are they?
So that's a group of specially trained officers who, when we have demonstrations, before, during, and after, they're engaged in reaching out to organizers.
Because we are learning
to,
so much
build rapport
about
with them to find out
everything.
What it is
The
that
OPP
the
testimony
group is
was
trying to
groundbreaking
achieve,
yesterday,
to
and
work
there's
with
no
them
taking
to
any of
help
that back.
facilitate what they
And there's going to be a lot more of that.
looking to achieve in town. And so, part of that is if a group would like to, have a march down Albert Street at 8 o'clock in the morning, we might try and speak with them and say, maybe, how about we did it at 10 o'clock, that might be. So those types of conversations happen. They look to, as I said, build rapport and relationships with the people who are involved so that when they get here, that relationship is already established and they can have conversations with them about what is acceptable behavior by the people of their group, where, their charter of rights and perhaps criminal charges could be, or, disobedience and civil disobedience type of things will occur. And in the event that something is going on during the event where there may be an agitator or an antagonizer, then they would speak to that person that they already had the relationship with and let them know what the consequences are, or that this behavior is problematic and we'd like for that to cease, in so much as it really is about negotiating and trying to change behavior through conversation.
So if disruptive behaviors occur during an event, would it be the role of the PLT to engage in order to try to de-escalate?
Yes, it would.
What about the Public Order Unit or POU?
So public order unit, we refer to them, you might see in some of the documents as ESU, Emergency Services Unit. They have a twofold sort of, when we have a missing person, they will go out and search an area. They're trained in those types of things. Again, we have about 100 officers, both sworn and civilian, mostly sworn, who are trained in being able to, whether it's crowd control, crowd management, those types of things. And so they are the ones who ultimately we saw take the streets on that weekend that moved forward with moving people out of the streets. So if you think of it in the way of a triangle, the incident commander is at the top of the triangle, and on both opposite corners, you have the ability to use force should your PLT and negotiations break down.
Right. So in responding to the Freedom Convoy after they've arrived, was this the model that the OPS used to address the incident?
Yes, to a certain extent. I think we failed in certain areas regarding PLT, and I think they struggled as a result. But that was what we were hoping. And you saw one of those, Louis Carvalho was on our PLT team. He was a sergeant there, and he was working also with going out to businesses and letting them know and doing that engagement piece as well. So not just with the convoy organizers, but with the areas that they believe are going to be impacted and affected ahead of time.
Right. So with that background, let's start talking about how the OPS responded to the Freedom Convoy. And now we know that they arrived the weekend of the 28th, and the incident was not resolved until about 3.5 weeks later.
Yes.
So let's break down the time period, and let's talk first about the first week after they arrived. So let's say from January 28th to, which is a Friday, to February the 4th. Okay.
Okay.
Now during that period. Well, first tell us what happened on the first weekend.
So as they arrived into town, we were monitoring numbers where was safe. Safety obviously is always our first priority. And so we were monitoring that with that lens for sure. And we were starting to see, they were pulling into the areas that they were sent to or steered to. And then we started to see it was I would qualify it as a bit of a party atmosphere, sort of festival-like. People were very excited to be there. Myself and Deputy Bell walked around in the downtown core and saw some of the people that were there. And it wasn't those first few days, not as I would say as disruptive as it got to be. When the weekend came and went and Monday morning arrived and they were still in our streets, at that point in time, Ottawa Police was in a situation of, okay, we've got to pivot. We have to reassess what we've got here. We have to evolve our plan. So began starting to, strategize and brainstorm as to what actions could be taken, what did we have available to us? I know that, at the command level, we had considered an injunction with the city. We had spoken to other policing partners. A lot of those things were going on at all levels. So at the strategic, the operational, and the tactical level, I know our members were fully engaged in those types of behaviors to try and come up with what our next plan we knew we needed to evolve and move into another stage, really. So it was reorienting ourselves to the situation that we had at hand.
Now, during that first weekend, when did you first realize that this may last longer than a weekend?
I think really as Sunday progressed, we expected that a number of people would be heading back to, their home cities. And I knew that there were some people from out west. We were seeing the Alberta plates. We were seeing, Saskatchewan. But we expected that, we had an influx of
If she took a jump on some
pedestrians that came
bouncy
over
castles, it
from
might have helped her
Quebec
feel a
side.
little better about things.
I think we had some expectations that those folks who were in the surrounding areas would retreat back to their homes. And I think, really Sunday night carried on. We had been talking about a demobilization plan up until that point, and clearly that was not the plan that was going to be required.
Let me take you to a document dated the 31st, which would be the Monday. OPS 404976. This will be an email from Robin Milbank. Who's Robin?
Robin is my executive assistant.
Okay. I expect this email will is a kind of minutes for an executive briefing at 8 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were briefing twice a day, and Robin was taking notes from those briefings.
Right. So if you take a look at the second bullet, you see a reference to staffing is number one risk. Priority is working on plan. Can you explain what that refers to?
So,
why was staffing the number one risk?
the state of the Ottawa Police at this stage was one of very poor staffing. We had been in that state for, I would say, a number of years. Prior to becoming the Deputy of Community Policing, my position was the Superintendent of Frontline. And so it was a challenge every day to make sure that we had all the shifts covered. The pandemic, obviously, like any other workforce, had a large impact on our people. We had some high sick levels. At this point in time, we were in the 6th wave of COVID. And so what we had done to try and mitigate that was, and it had been quite successful in the early days of the pandemic, was to establish a reserve staffing. So a group of officers who would be healthy at home, should we have an outbreak where we have an entire platoon taken out, we are able to upstaff. Another measure that we took was to limit we have 6 platoons generally. We cut it down to 4 platoons. So if you think of 30 people per platoon, when we divided one in half, then we had 45 members on each platoon to up our numbers a little bit to try and mitigate that. And that was going into the convoy. We were already, I would describe us as being on our knees and having run a marathon for the last 2.5 years. And it felt like they'd moved the finish line 100 yards or another mile and given us 200 pounds to carry to get to the end. So staffing was, I would say, our number one Achilles heel.
Kept moving the finish line.
This. And so all of these people who had worked for the week leading up to the convoy, over the weekend, and long hours, you know, our frontline members were working 12-hour shifts. When the convoy came and we were trying to manage staffing and clear posts, some of them were working up to 15 hours. And they were exhausted. So we needed to make sure that our people had time off. And so that, I believe, is what we're speaking about, is that it's a risk for us to be able to staff all of this.
Now, did staffing become the number one risk overnight because there was no contingency plan within the initial plan?
I think that's part of it. You know, I think we had some extra resources for the weekend. We had some additional public order units from other services that had come into town, but they all had to get back as well. So our contingency plan really was for the weekend into Monday morning. And, you know, staffing, I believe that really is what they're referring to there.
So to the extent there was any contingency planning, it only covered up to perhaps Monday at noon.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Now, that bullet also talks about priority is working on plan. So I assume this refers to some kind of a new plan?
Yes, or evolving the plan that we have, depending on what the planners determine. If they're saying it's an entirely new, we're starting from scratch with a new position now with the situation we have on hand.
So what's the vision now for the new plan? What was that going to look like?
Well, I think ultimately we wanted to move the truckers out of the downtown core and to limit the impact on our residents, and always to keep in mind public safety and our officers' safety as well.
All right. If we scroll down a little bit, go down. Okay. Do you see the bullet? The third bullet from the bottom says no longer a protest, but an occupation now. Need to move away from the operational plan and reset. New plan needed to go forward. Now, whose view was it that this is no longer a protest, but an occupation?
I believe this was Chief Slowly.
And what makes it an occupation as opposed to a protest?
I think at this point, because they weren't leaving, they had, expressed that they wanted to protest. Protesting, generally is a limited window.
There's nothing in law
in
that
our
said protest.
experience.
Generally,
The
but
fact
not
that they
always.
were now no longer
There's nothing in the Canadian
leaving and
Charter
the
of Rights and
behavior
Freedoms
they
that said
were
a protest is a
engaging in,
protest
I think,
only
was
if
what
it
really
ends. It
Yeah.
doesn't say that.
upped
It doesn't say that at all.
temperature to making it an occupation. That they were
Yeah,
settling in. They
that's
were
not a
starting
legal
to
opinion
put
or
up
definition.
tents
As you
and,
said. That's a personal
really
opinion of the former chief.
entrench themselves.
Now, at around this time, Superintendent Abrams of the OPP was
Doesn't
also in
establish
Ottawa.
anything.
He'll actually be testifying this afternoon after you. And we expect that he may say that the OPS was struggling to develop a new plan, that Chief Slowly would give inconsistent directions, and there was much confusion. What's your perspective on this?
I think those are fair statements. We struggled because we didn't have people who were strictly planners. Our planners were also people who were site commanders on the ground, who were trying to manage things at the very tactical level. And so I think to say we were struggling is fair and accurate. I think we did on that Monday morning, you can see the conversation in this, we're trying to get our heads wrapped around what we were looking at. And in terms of former Chief Slowly providing direction and direction, he definitely was of what he wanted to see happen.
So who was the event commander, the operational level commander at this time?
So at this point in time, it remained Superintendent Rayom, and I was the major event commander.
And in terms of developing a plan to resolve the incident, would it be on Superintendent Rayom? Would that be his job to develop a plan?
Yes, yeah.
What would have been your role at that time?
In making sure that they were aware of what the strategic goals were ultimately to have, this resolved safely as possible, but for these trucks to be removed from our streets.
Why then would the former chief be giving directions?
I think you'd have to ask Chief Slowly, but I think, from a human perspective, I would say that this was not what he was expecting, and his reaction was one out of concern, out of stress, and out of pressure at this point in time.
All right. So let's take a look at what happened a few days later. On the 4th of February, can we call up OPS 30-14454, please? And I want to go to page 52. So, Deputy Chief, these are scribe notes or minutes taken at meetings that involve the former Chief Slowly. So I want to scroll down to the part where it says last Friday. This is page 52, yeah. So Deputy Chief, do you see last Friday's operational plan is not valid? If so, then we need to update it. Now, help me understand here, because as of the 31st, there was a recognition that you needed a new plan. But here we are on February the 4th, 3 days later, and we're still talking about last Friday's plan not being valid. Was there no new plan yet by the 4th?
We did not have a new plan by the 4th. We had, as I said, our planners, I think, were working on developing it, but they were also dealing with a number of the live issues, putting out fires, as it were, within their area. And again, staffing, I think, for those folks was as limited as it was everywhere else in the organization. So I'm not sure whose notes these are.
These are
Scribe notes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that we did not have another plan developed by that 4th.
Okay, so if we go back in time to the day before, February the 3rd, and I want to show you the document, OPS 30-14484. So this looks like an email that the former chief sent to himself with respect to a meeting that he had with you and Deputy Chief Bell. So if we go down to page 3, go down. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, do you see the part where he says, I advise that I cannot approve a recommended course of action without being briefed on all other reasonable courses of action. So the context was a discussion of POU plans. What's your recollection as to the former chief's role in terms of approving actions?
So it was generally felt, and because of statements like this, that he was the final approver of plans. And that became the sentiment for everybody who was producing those plans, that they needed to have them approved by former Chief Slowly.
Now, are these not operational or tactical decisions involving the POU?
They are.
But at that time, is your understanding that he was directing decisions at this level of command?
Yeah, he was directing a staff sergeant.
And did you feel any need to intervene and perhaps speak up and say, hey, we have the incident command model here to run. Each one has their role within the model. Did you do anything like that?
We did speak to him about not directing operations and reminded him of what role he played in it on a number of occasions throughout this time, because there were a few incidents where he would engage with constables, or he would, engage with the event commander outside of the chain of command. I think you see in this email or notes to himself, I was working with Staff Sergeant Stoll and the group to try and get a plan and indicated that we would like to see them. And the former chief wanted him to present to him. He wanted to see specifically a public order plan. And a public order plan, it just forms part of the larger plan, but he was fixated on this one.
Okay. So as of February the 4th, there was no
They're really
plan.
trying to throw
Let's
Slowly under the
move
bus.
to the next week, roughly from February the 5th, which was a Friday, to February the 10th, which is a Thursday. Can we have the document OPS 407355, please?
I'm sure Slowly's lawyer will have something to say about that a bit later.
So this is an email from the former chief to you, Deputy Chief, and I'll give you a moment to look at it. Can we slowly scroll down? So this seems to be about a meeting that he was having with the command team at 8 a.m. and he set out some priorities. So for example, here you see 3 general priorities listed: assert, contain, and enforce. The second being, close everything, in brackets, roads, bridges, highway, off-ramps, as early and as long as possible. The third priority being to shut down a number of things: shut down the funds, the fundraising, shut down the fuel, shut down the fun, the bouncy castles, and so on.
The
So
bouncy
these are the
castles,
general
that was like
priorities, and
one
then some,
small
specific
microscopic part
priorities with respect
that came
to
in like way
locations are set
later.
out. And we
Shut down the money that funds bouncy castles.
Federation Park being one. The Rideau, we've heard some evidence about the Rideau-Sussex intersection. I assume that's what this is referring to.
Yes.
Wellington, is that the Wellington?
Yes.
Okay. And then SJAM is Sir John A. Macdonald.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you recall the substance of this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Now, was this an outline for a new operation plan?
Certainly seemed that way.
So who set these priorities?
This would be former Chief Slowly.
So it is not
Mass
the
arrests
operational
processing.
commander setting these priorities or developing a plan.
No, it isn't.
And was this outline developed into a fully operational plan?
We took portions of this. The surge, contain, and enforce had been announced the day before, and that was something that he wanted us to be doing in the neighborhoods that were most affected. And he talked about flooding the areas and having a cop on every corner, which in concept is a good idea to try and address some of that stuff. But in practical reality, we did not have the staffing to do that. He had some good ideas, but to implement them was very difficult given the numbers that we had. So some of these things did form what we call the concept of operation plan, which I believe we had dated on the 9th of February.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes these meetings, we have multiple accounts. So here we see the former chief's notes to himself, basically.
Yes.
But you also recorded this in your notes, right? So I want to show you the document OPS 144.
If I might interrupt just for a second, sorry to my friend, but I just wanted to let you know that Deputy Chief actually has a hard copy of her notes on in front of her. So I just wanted to let you know of that. And also in case there's a specific page you could turn her to, she could actually turn it up in her notebook.
Very good. I think it would still be helpful for everyone else so that we can look at the same document at the same time. I only unfortunately recorded the electronic record page number. So this is your note, the document number being OPS 14479. And I want to take you to page 43, which is the electronic record number.
Okay.
Okay, so we see that you recorded the meeting starting at around 8 or 8:06. If we scroll down a little bit, I'm looking for the part where it says need to turn the corner. Need to turn the corner. Perhaps you can read it to us.
Sure. Need to turn the corner today, not changing the operational plan. Need to implement the hell out of that plan for the next 72 hours. Plan we have is excellent. Nothing has changed with commander's intent or mission.
Okay, let's stop there. So this is the chief saying that the plan is excellent, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you agree that it was an excellent plan?
I don't think we had a plan at that point in time.
Now, we expect to hear from Superintendent Bernier next week. As you've described, he was the event commander later on. I think he was appointed on around February the 10th. And I expect that he may tell us that the OPS lacked an overall plan with all of the supporting components to end the protests when he took over the operational command as of the 10th. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Now, we saw in the previous document, the February 5th email from the former chief, that one of the priorities was to shut down fuel.
JB,
right?
this is
So
the person questioning here is the commission's lawyer counsel, and just a short time ago, the counsel for, I believe, Peter Slowly, former Ottawa police chief, stood up and basically asked the commission councillors to be more neutral in their line of questioning because they don't get enough time in their time to address all of the things. So even like Slowly's lawyer can see how slated this is. It's hilarious.
And then on the 6th, we saw actions shutting down fuel. Tell us what happened on the 6th.
On their own has been.
So on the 6th, I should maybe let you know that the incident commander at this point in time, the event commander was Superintendent Patterson.
Okay, so there was a switch.
There was a switch. He began on the 6th of February.
Sorry, maybe we should go back because you mentioned that the first event commander was Superintendent Riom.
That's right.
And how long did he serve in that role?
He served until the evening of the 4th, so the Friday evening.
Why so short?
Well, he was the de facto event commander because this took place in his specialized policing event. But he did not necessarily have he had the skills and capacity to manage the initial event. But then as it got more protracted, first of all, I think he needed some time, some rest days. But
Did you
Superintendent
fact the
Dunlop
containers,
was
not the
ultimately
fuel?
engaged in working
Fuel was stolen
with
and
one of
disposed
the groups, POU and PLT. He also had some, I felt reasonable experience and skills to come in at this stage in our operation. And so I had approached him to take on that role.
So when did Superintendent Dunlop take over?
So the overnight from the 4th into the 5th, so the Friday into the Saturday morning,
And how long did he serve in that role?
until the evening of the 5th.
Why so short?
Former Chief Slowly did not believe that he was the right person for the job. He gave us myself and Deputy Bell, who both were part of the decision-making into who would be the best person at this stage of the operation. But former Chief Slowly had, I would say it's fair to say, a past history with Superintendent Dunlop, and whether it was a trust factor or whether it was because Superintendent Dunlop had, I think, challenged him on a few issues that he didn't feel he was right for the position in that stage. And he made it very clear to me that he didn't approve of that decision, and he was going to hold me accountable for whatever the results were of that.
Now, you told us earlier that according to the incident command model, it's supposed to be the strategic commander, who was you at the time, to appoint the operational commander. How did you feel about the chief stepping in and essentially removing the operational commander that you chose?
I wasn't happy with it, but I recognized it was an untenable situation for Superintendent Dunlop to be in. And so with further conversation with DC Bell, we determined that it would be more fair to have another person step in. And so that's when Superintendent Patterson was selected.
And when did he step in?
He stepped in on the morning of the 6th.
Who chose him?
It was a conversation with former Chief Slowly, and I could tell he approved of him as an incident or as an event commander. And so it was I would say a conciliatory conversation, and that's ultimately, it was my decision. That's where we went.
Okay, so back to the Coventry incident. Yes. February 6th, this is when Mark Patterson had assumed the role of the event commander. Tell us what happened on that day.
So as the event commander, he determined he was going to start getting some wins, I guess would be the showing some action and showing some, movement on the part of the police. And so he determined, as you see, former Chief Slowly was very much about, let's interdict fuel, let's do what we can to stop the supply going to them. And so we knew that Coventry Road was the site where it was sort of a camp for them. They came back and they had a tent where they ate. They were pretty well established there. I believe there were saunas and things set up, and they had a fuel truck there. So we were aware, and I believe our PLT team had been working with people on that site to engage, to establish a rapport and a relationship. And Superintendent Patterson set up to do what we would call an action, and engage the public order team, and wanted them to go in and seize the fuel and stop the source of fuel. So that's what took place on the evening of the 6th.
Now, when you spoke of engagement by the PLT team earlier, are you referring only to the PLT team from the OPS?
No, I should have clarified that. The OPP PLT team was assisting our team throughout, both as being a backup, if you will, or increase in numbers, but also as being sort of sounding boards and guidance. They had a lot of experience in dealing with longer term protests. Specifically with respect to the Coventry location, what was the PLT?
Anyone from Ottawa, use that hashtag that's up and tell your
I
story.
think they were trying to reason with the organizers, and there's always a give and take with the PLT approach. So if we, if we can agree with something,
Anybody
that
who wants
you
to
get
send their
something, we
story
get
to me, I will
something,
share them as well.
that was
in
what
the
they were
case.
trying to establish, I believe, without being in the weeds of that. But that was the relationship they were working on.
They were looking for small wins for everybody.
Yes.
And now you spoke earlier about this command triangle with the operational commander at the top of the triangle and then the two sides being the PLT or negotiation and the other one being the kind of enforcement actions on. What is how are those two sides in the bottom supposed to work together?
In concert with each other. I mean, I think what has to happen is that the PLT team needs to be given the time to actually affect some change, and they need to be given the room to do so and the authority to make decisions. And that, I believe, was not happening. That's not in concert. That's the incident commander, the event commander. The public order team understands that they have a role to play, and so oftentimes they will be waiting in the wings until they're given the, go ahead, we've done everything we can, we have cleared as much as we can, and now these people have been advised that they're no longer welcome, and if they don't leave, that they will be arrested, that type of thing.
Right. So because you when you described the role of the PLT earlier, you talked about how they were the first point of contact, they were supposed to engage and de-escalate and to show the protesters what the lawful limits are, right?
That's right.
So is the idea then that they will make contact and then see if, it can be successfully de-escalated before hard actions is enforced?
Yes, I think in the Coventry example, there were some things that were concerning in that there was fuel on site. The fire department they have a house right across the street. They were seeing some things that they were worried about for safety reasons for the people involved there. So I think that's the approach that they took, was that we're concerned about some of these things and we want to make sure that you're all safe, and it's upsetting the residents in the area. Right. So those types of conversations, but they take a while to happen, and it requires patience on the part of the event commander.
And how important was it then that these two arms, the PLT and the POU kind of, the enforcement part, that they coordinate a coherent strategy in terms of the timing? Because you said you need to time it so that there's sufficient time for the protesters to cooperate, right?
Yeah, it's very important.
And what happened in this case?
Well, I believe in this case, and I am not 100%, I think Inspector Lucas could probably provide you with more details, but Superintendent Patterson requested that the public order team arrive at the location at Coventry, and I believe there was some back and forth that they did not feel that was that should have happened when it did. They felt that PLT should have been given more time, and ultimately Superintendent Patterson was very frustrated by that they were not engaging in when he wanted them there. I do believe that they did eventually attend, but the resulting action was that it really damaged the relationship with our PLT team, with the OPP PLT team, and with the event commander. That was a fractured situation after that.
And just so we understand, when the enforcement action started, was the PLT team even notified that this was going to happen?
No, they were not.
So were they caught in surprise?
Entirely off guard.
As much as the protesters?
Yes.
And when you spoke of a sense of betrayal, what do you mean? Is it?
I think they had been experiencing frustration that whole week in terms of being able to negotiate with the convoy organizers. They had established fairly reasonable relationships and open lines of communication. And there was some back and forth leading up to this event, and they were not empowered to make decisions, to be able to get those quick wins. One example was porta potties, that the organizers had asked for those to be delivered into the red zone. And the direction from the event commander was, we're not giving them 1 inch. So,
you're not giving us 1 inch. Okay.
So they were
try and come up with
communicating,
willing.
attempting to
loose
negotiate,
scenario.
and
If you
someone decided
leave, we'll
not
let you
to,
go.
and that they wouldn't
That
give
was
at
kind of
all. They
where
wouldn't
they were
negotiate in
given,
good faith.
Direction that there was nothing beyond that for a period of time. And I think they were
And
really frustrated by
this
that. And I
department
think
wasn't
the
informed
OBP team
about action
were
and considers it a betrayal.
frustrated as well. And there
Betrayed
was some,
like the protesters were
I
betrayed, she said.
received emails saying that they're going to walk. They've had enough, that type of thing.
Now, before this unfortunate incident happened, the PLT team actually had some success earlier that week, right, with the Confederation Park.
That's right.
Tell us about the Confederation Park.
So Confederation Park is a location that happens to be right across the street from City Hall.
And
we were getting information
showing that there's been a lot of good faith from the
recall the
behalf
exact
of the
date, but that
convoy,
people were setting
but
up in
at the same time, the
Confederation
police
Park,
is like,
and
we
they'd
won't even
actually
give
set
them
up a
toilets.
food,
Like, come on.
preparation area, like a little kitchen in a hut, and they had propane, and they were really, setting up for being there for a while. And so this caused, obviously, the mayor and a number of people concerned that this was going on. They were concerned for the safety of having, fuel and those types of things. So our PLT team went in to speak to the people who had set up in there, and they engaged them in conversation and started to try and get some.
And then they moved
movement
it
there.
themselves. They decided to move it
took several
themselves.
days, and much to the frustration, I think, of former Chief Slowly, as well as a number of city officials. But we were able to, we brought in Algonquin elder, because they had indicated that they were from the Algonquin nation, and that they, this was a means to try and engage in conversation and get to where a middle ground that we could. Ultimately, they were able to talk people to leaving that area on their own and cleared the park, and were able to secure it.
So the Confederation Park was one example where the search, contain, and enforce proved unnecessary because the PLT team did its work.
That's right.
Now, I want to take you to back to your notes, which relates to the Coventry incident. So we're back to OPS 30-14479. Page 55. So, Deputy Chief, if you want to look at your hard copy, I'll be taking you to the time at around 1718.
Wouldn't even negotiate and give the necessities of life like that.
In front of me, I left them with.
Then they accuse everyone
Okay.
of being on the street.
Well, then we're
So I'm
all
happy to-
on the same page,
Okay.
same electronic page.
Very good.
We know you're on the
So
same
page
page, Commission.
55.
Thank you.
Now, do you see conversation with Deputy Chief Bell regarding the operation at Coventry Road? And then if we go down, weighing all options,
Yes.
including state of emergency, advise we may lose OPP, PLT if we do actions.
That's right.
So that's what you were just describing to us.
Yes.
Right? And if we go further down, the next page, 56, please. I want to take you to the part that says PLT is pissed. OPP has left. Set up back. Could you read it to us? Is it set up?
Yeah, set us back days or a week on PL, or a week. Our PLT is demoralized, and Marin is very upset. Patterson was not there.
Okay, set us back days or week on PLT. What do you mean by that?
Any ground that they had gained, any relationship that they had made at that point in time had been damaged significantly, and it would take them days or weeks to reestablish that rapport.
The person
Because
who's
they
very
weren't
upset, who was
negotiating
that?
in good faith. My goodness.
That was Inspector Marin.
They weren't
who was
they weren't
working with
negotiating in
Staff
good
Sergeant
faith.
Stoll and the public order team.
My goodness.
And what do you mean when you said Patterson was not there?
That he was not at the scene, I don't believe.
At the time when
At
the
the time.
enforcement action
Yes,
happened?
yeah.
I see. Now, we've spoken to Inspector Lucas back in the summer, and he said that the Coventry operation was an example of the OPS prioritizing a quick win on enforcement without an overall plan that integrated the role of the PLT in operational decisions. What's your view on that?
That's exactly my view on that.
Now, I want to ask you about the former chief's Slowly's attitude towards negotiating with protesters. I want to take you to the document. I believe these are minutes of meetings involving him. So OPS 3014479. Oh, it's the same at page 63. I want to take you to the part where he seems to have asked the question. So he would, the question, why negotiate with unlawful protesters? Do you see that?
I don't.
Right. Okay. So sorry. So it's Chief has said he does not know
Yes.
why we would negotiate with unlawful protesters. Do you remember this kind of sentiment being expressed by the former chief?
I do.
What can you tell us more?
So I don't think that the chief, I know he had some former public order experience, but I don't think he had used PLT as much as we were, experienced here in Ottawa. We have had people trained on this for a number of years.
I
and
have
it
to
has
say that
served
the
us
Ottawa PLT
incredibly
teams
well in a
are
lot of,
respectful. The officers themselves are highly
demonstrations and
professional.
really taking the temperature
And
down
some of
and
the
been
best
able
that
to
the
get
force
us,
has to offer for sure in that regard.
Longer term wins, but wins where people walk away safely, where they feel like they were heard and that their goal was met. And that is part of it, because we want to make sure that, we're not creating a situation that they will be coming back again. So our PLT, I knew had that capacity. I was familiar with the program. I was involved. I was a superintendent when we had a previous demonstration that shut down a major intersection not long before this. And we used the PLT quite successfully in that. But after that event, they came to me and said, we need more people. We need a little bit more importance placed on this, because it really is an amazing tool. And so they convinced me, and they said they were, would like to get more people trained. And I approved that, and that did happen. And I'm glad we did have a number for this protracted event. So we were able to rely on them. It also creates great goodwill with other police services. And so in this case, the OPP stepping in to assist us in this bolstered our numbers that we were definitely needing. And it means that you have to be able to work in an integrated manner. I don't believe Chief Slowly was familiar with the framework. There is a national framework that has been developed on police response to demonstrations. And this is born out of a lot of Indigenous, protracted Indigenous demonstrations. And the OPP obviously have had a number of experiences with that. So what they brought to the table was very valuable to our team. And I believe, as you cited Inspector Lucas's assessment of Chief Slowly, and I think Superintendent Patterson as well was on that page, was that we were needing to demonstrate to the community that we were taking actions. And I understand the pressure and stress that they both felt. I felt it as well. But I also felt that we were going to be judged on this, and here we are all these months later, on our coming out of this with as few people hurt as possible, as much goodwill as possible, that we haven't burnt any bridges with our community, with other policing agencies, and with anyone really. So I felt that taking a longer term approach and potentially getting a bigger win at the end was the way to go. And
So she wanted
was
to
receiving
negotiate.
information that
She wanted to do it.
crowds, generally 80% of people are law abiding and they want to follow laws. And if you give them the opportunity to have a win, they will often go on their own. And so those were some of the things that I felt we needed to give that a really good try. And I don't believe Chief Slowly at this stage in it was feeling the same way about it.
But surely we can understand the pressure that the chief was under.
Absolutely.
We heard from the residents last week that they were feeling abandoned, basically, by the police. They felt helpless and very frustrated. Is it fair to say then that within the OPS, there was disagreement as to the most appropriate way to approach the situation and to resolve it?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Yes, thank you for that suggestion. I believe this is February 6th, but let's scroll up so we don't have to guess. Let's keep going up. Oh, February 8th. There we have it. Thank you. Okay, so now on February 8th, the same day that as this meeting, a new development happened, and that's the arrival of the integrated planning group led by the OPP chief superintendent Pardy and the RCMP superintendent Liu, right?
That's correct.
Tell us what that was all about.
So at the time, it was actually only in reviewing and preparing for this that I realized how they came about. At the time, I was not sure what the genesis of them arriving was. But my understanding is it was some non-OPS leaders, police leaders, who had determined that Ottawa needed help and assessed that they could come in and assist us in providing a plan.
I think Patty actually, I think it was, she's kind of saying maybe it was Slowly who wanted to be hard-handed, who didn't really understand the concept of the PLT, apparently. That's what I'm hearing.
In the way of police resources. And I think what they were trying to, this group was trying to determine how many people we needed and what was the ultimate goal and what was the plan. And we struggled a little bit with coming up with a plan per se. So I mentioned earlier the concept of operations. That was part of what we were working on there to provide them those services to say, this is what we are hoping to do and this is how we would like to do it in broad strokes, not without like a full plan. And so this team, I was made aware of them. I was spoken to. Carson Pardy reached out to me by phone and said he was coming into town and that they were here to assist and in helping us to, work out the details of our plan.
Now, I understand that there was a meeting, the first meeting between the OPS and the Integrated Planning Group happened on the 8th.
That's right.
At around 5:35 p.m., right?
Yes.
You've told us about this strategic concept of operations. Was that something that you came up with?
Yes, along with some of the points that you saw the chief,
Right.
Suggest on the 5th. And so this was, a loose, I would say, framework that we come up with.
Okay, I want to show you a one-page document and see if that's the document that you were referring to. OPP 50774. Not OPS, OPP. Okay, can we go down? Oh, I see. Do we have the picture? Page 77, please. Is there a way for us to rotate the view? No? Okay. All right. Now, I wanted, it may be a little challenging, but let's see if we can read the mission statement. So it's near the top. The Ottawa Police Service is in a collaborative approach with other police agencies, federal, provincial, and city partners. Sorry, missing the last word on this.
So I think help is on the way, Commissioner.
Sorry, everyone. I'm just really busy in the background here. Lots of stuff to do. This lawyer is a lawyer for the commission. He's a commission counselor. There's quite a few of them.
Okay, so federal, provincial, and city partners, community organizations.
I'm sorry, I wonder if I could interrupt for a second. I don't know about the witness, but I can tell you it's nearly impossible to read from where I'm sitting. It may be the case that this document exists in some other format elsewhere in the record. I don't know if we could take a minute to try to find it. I just don't want to be unfair to the witness.
Of course.
Okay, so do you want to take a short break or?
Why don't we do that?
Okay, well, we can take our morning break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. Okay.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Sorry, guys. I got a lot of stuff going on in the background here. Daisy, you got any videos for us to watch? You said you had some great videos for us. I'm looking forward to those. Daisy is indisposed. I'm just trying to edit this thing here and do this and do that.
There I am.
Okay, you got it? Okay,
How long is our break here?
I'm not set up on my integrated sound system.
Okay, well, while we wait, let's watch a few of the gems from OPP Intelligence Officer Morris yesterday.
Let's watch that.
Here we go.
January 26th, so that's another Hendon report. That's 2 days before the arrival. Am I right?
Yep.
And that has a section called the seriousness of the threats and lists a number of points in terms of the seriousness. None of those threats mention the horns or the idling, open fires, harassment of residents. That's not one of the threats, is it?
It's not listed as one of the threats, no.
And again, it talks about the potential presence of individuals who espouse fringe ideologies and have access to weapons. And that too wasn't a problem in Ottawa, correct?
That's correct. Well, I should comment on that. In terms of, it's a subject, weapons? No. In terms of being discerned as such? No. Presence of people with fringe views? I would say there were people present with fringe views, depending upon your determination of fringe.
And I believe that Hendon report indicates, so 2 days before, and it's, I believe in bold, that Project Hendon has not identified any concrete, specific, or credible threats with regard to the convoy.
That is accurate, true.
And the concern about the heavy machinery, that heavy machinery wasn't used for any destructive purposes in Ottawa, was it?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be best posed to the Ottawa Police Service.
So that's clip one. We got a few more lined up. Should I just play them, John?
Yeah, just play them. Shotgun. Let's go.
And in the middle of the paragraph that begins further, you say, by way of example, I see a marked increase in the conversation of extremists participating in these events and Canadians with extreme ideologies leading the charge. Although there are exceptions, I have not seen evidence of this. In fact, Hendon received and reported very little of this activity. It was not in evidence at the Ambassador Bridge, nor events related to the Blue Water Bridge. Further, the events in Toronto did not illustrate this. By way of example, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service had very little to report on and noted that their targets were not engaged. INSET, and sorry, can you just tell us what INSET is?
Yeah, INSET is a federal joint force operation led by the RCMP. It stands for Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, and they have the responsibility to engage investigations that meet the threshold of Section 83 of the Criminal Code.
Okay, and so INSET reported that the activity did not meet their threshold in national security. So I do not know where the political figures are acquiring information or intelligence on the extent of extremist involvement. So here, you're expressing the concern that this narrative around extremism is not consistent with the intelligence that you gathered, collected, reviewed over the course of the weeks leading up to these events.
That's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say, I think Commission Counsel took you to, I think it was the February 7th, one of the February 7th documents, where you had a discussion about sort of the use of the term a threat to national security, and why you were careful about that term and how you explained that to some of your colleagues within the OPP. Is it fair to say that at no point during the convoy protest did you receive reliable intelligence that would lead you to conclude that there was a risk to national security that would rise above the potential threat to national security that you identified in that report?
That's correct.
The whole break, so you can understand.
And I should also say
why...
that at this point, and from January 29th on, our lens and our collection had evolved significantly. From January 29th on, and every day until the fruition, the Ontario Provincial Police, with the permission of the Ottawa Police Service, was engaged on ground in a covert capacity to collect information about all the things that we'd be interested in terms of mood, tenor, plans, etc. So we were trying to determine the size, the impact of the protest, etc. Now that's for all. Now also in terms of being armed, I want to be clear on this. We had we produced no intelligence to indicate that these individuals would be armed. And there has been a lot of hyperbole about that. That was something we wish to, when people think about what happened on January 6th of 2020, that is presence of mind, but we produced no intelligence to indicate that that would be the case.
I understand.
Is that better? Oh, there you go. That's some bombshell testimony from yesterday with OPP Intelligence Officer Morris. We're just on a short break here from the commission, and we will be back very shortly.
So I don't know if we have another video or not. I can't really hear right now. I'm in the process of handling other business.
Yeah, no problem.
So
I've got that.
Where we're at.
If you can,
Casey.
If you can
just
keep
video to shoot on.
Yeah, just keep an eye out. The commission comes back on. This one's 8 minutes, but it's Councillor McKenney and the Je m'appelle incident.
Okay, but do you have another one besides?
Yeah, I have that other video. I only have the 4 from yesterday.
Oh, did you play them all?
Yeah, I played them, but I'll put on this longer one from the day before, and then if the commission comes in, just take it off.
What you mean, the McKenney one? Okay.
Yeah.
In your evidence, you made use of a term you referred to as microaggression. Is that right?
I believe so, multiple times.
Okay. Is microaggression, is your understanding of that it means verbal and environmental slights?
Je suis francophone, donc si vous voulez être spécifique sur les mots, il va falloir que vous me demandiez en français parce que vous me demandez une théorie là, de définition, puis malheureusement, je suis pas assez... ma connaissance de la terminologie en anglais est peut-être inappropriée, monsieur le commissaire.
Well,
monsieur le commissaire.
Well,
Catherine McKenney, Ottawa City Councillor, is running for Ottawa Mayor. The election is going to be held on Monday, October 24th. Here, testifying on October 14th at the Public Order Emergency Commission, her true character shines through. Zero integrity, as she coaches Councillor Mathieu Fleury in how to obstruct justice in real time. Her obstruction is a travesty as Canadians require a real, honest investigation into the circumstances that led to the first time use ever of the Emergency Act that has seen so many people lose faith in our government.
Ma connaissance de la terminologie en anglais est peut-être inappropriée, monsieur le commissaire.
Well,
monsieur le commissaire.
Well, je m'appelle Brendan.
I think, you know, it is funny, but it's not. I am doing my very best to answer clear questions in English. You asked me a very specific question on a definition. I'm saying, ask me, clarify in French, and I'm glad to specify if it is yes or no. The specificity of the nuance of a word, I'm uncomfortable in responding to your question.
What of the words that I put to you, and there's a few, so means, verbal, and environmental, and slights is confusing? Is there, which one are you confused about?
J'ai expliqué plusieurs fois que pour moi, les microagressions, je ne sais pas si c'est la bonne terminologie, mais j'essaie de les exprimer. Je l'ai exprimé au commissaire que d'après moi, les éléments qui étaient en périphérie de la zone rouge, je les décrirais comme des microagressions. Je peux vous en décrire des microagressions. Arriver devant quelqu'un puis retirer son masque. Je ne sais pas ce que vous voulez qu'on décrive comme définition, mais pour moi, ça, c'est un exemple de microagression. Rentrer dans un restaurant, être demandé de quitter, puis de s'asseoir sans avoir le droit de rester. Une autre microagression. Battre un sans-abri. Un autre type d'agression. Faire tellement de bruit, tellement de volume qu'on nécessite de fermer une garderie. Un autre type d'agression. C'est comme ça que je les ai décrits, monsieur le commissaire. Pour moi, si on veut, je suis pas un avocat, j'ai pas un background dans les spécifiques, mais j'essaie de décrire dans la terminologie que je peux, le plus spécifique, ce que j'ai reçu comme information, puis ce que j'ai pu voir.
Thank you. Could someone get him a pair of these so he can understand what I am saying in English as well, please?
Oh, that's mean.
Is that possible?
Oh, God, they're so big. Tony, you don't need it.
Do you need this? Would you like one of these for when I question you in English? Because I'm unfortunately incapable of speaking French.
And I will do my very best to answer in English, but it was I don't need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you had said that beating up a homeless person was an aggression, at least the translation. That's what it was. That's more of an assault. So had you witnessed any homeless people get beaten up by protesters?
No, if you recall my intervention, the Shepherds of Good Hope is located at the corner of King Edward and Murray. There was an incident with a client. The executive director reached out to me to inform me of the incident.
Okay. And were any charges laid?
I have no clue.
Okay. Who was the individual who was beaten? Do you know?
I have no clue.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks to anonymous aggregator in the chat for noticing and catching McKenney in the act. Catherine McKenney clearly has a case of duper's delight. She thinks that she and Fleury have pulled a fast one on us, the Canadian public. Her lack of integrity is only overshadowed by her lack of situational awareness.
Okay, so we're not going to play any more of that commentary. Guys, we're just going to let this play out here. It's going to be a white screen for a couple minutes. Oh, never mind. Here we go. I got to jump off camera. I've got to do a couple things of business here. Or I could stay on camera, I guess. I have to finish doing this. So I'll be right back with you soon.
Order à l'autre.
Sorry, John, I missed that. You just need a few minutes, or?
No, I'm going to be on mute for a little bit. I really have to finish doing this.
No problem. I'll come in and out, but I'll keep an eye on it. Life continues. It's hard to get life done when you're streaming 9 hours and then John works all night as well.
Go ahead.
You're a machine, buddy.
Thank you, Commissioner. So during the break, we managed to resolve the technical issue. The document that I read out the document number of previously was an OPP document, but there is a duplicate provided by the OPS, and the document number is OPS 408518. And so we're now showing the OPS version of the same document, and this one is easier to read. So if I could take you, Deputy Chief, to the mission statement. This is the strategic concept of operation that you've developed. And the mission statement says, the Ottawa Police Service, in a collaborative approach with other police agencies, federal, provincial, and city partners, community organizations, and event organizers will provide a safe and secure environment in the city of Ottawa during the Freedom Convoy 2022 event. The primary goal is to end the protest peacefully. This may be achieved through proactive engagements by all officers, including police liaison teams, facilitating communication, de-escalation, and negotiation as means to achieve a peaceful resolution. So there is an inclusion of the engagement process and specifically the police liaison team here. With that in mind, I want to take you to now. So before the break, we're talking about this initial meeting with the integrated planning group at 5:35 p.m., right, on February 8th.
Yes.
And was it at that meeting that you presented this strategic concept of operations?
I'm not sure if it was this document per se, but I believe we had the same points established.
Now, about 2 hours after this meeting, at 7:30 p.m. the same day, there was a command team meeting. I want to take you to the minutes of that meeting. This is OPS 30-14454 at page 124. So you see a reference of something the former chief said. He said, people came to assess my readiness and if we are ready to receive their resources. We go down further. The chief said, enforcement is where we need to be. We need to show teeth, and that the officers, it seems to be an incomplete sentence in the notes. But do you recall this command team briefing?
Can you refresh my memory as the time of this? Was
7:30 p.m.
Yes, then I do remember that.
Can you tell us the nature of what was discussed at this meeting?
So the chief wanted it was a meeting after the meeting to determine what my perception of what was taking place here. And as I was the only one who actually was physically at the location with the other partners, everyone else called in on the phone. I believe I had a scribe with me who took notes for me. So the chief was late to join the call for very good reason, but was unable to hear the initial part of it. And I think he was disappointed that we weren't able to be on Teams. It was an RCMP facility. So there were a few things about it. I think he was frustrated about it, and he wanted to know what my perception of, their position and more of sort of a strategic, what do you think they're looking for from us in order to give us resources.
What did you tell him?
My sense is that they were here to help. And I shared that with him. I knew some of the Carson Pardy, for one, was somebody who I'd worked on a committee with before. I knew him to be a very genuine, good man. And I felt that they were here in response to the fact that we needed some help. And that's what they were doing without reservation.
Mm-hmm. And how would you describe the former chief's perspective on this?
He seemed to be suspicious of why they were here.
It's like they believe
just
that
give us
we
the
have.
resources that we were asking for. I think he was feeling tested, and we all were being tested, I think, to a certain degree. Where is our plan? What is our goal? What's the impact we're trying to achieve? So they were asking some pointed questions.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we go to the next day, February 9th, early that morning at around 7:10 a.m., there was another briefing involving the chief, you, and I believe perhaps Deputy Chief Bell as well. And I want to show you the document OPS 30-14479. So this is perhaps your
It's like
notes.
they had no sentiment that we had
I
the
know
ability
it's,
or
page
the right to be
66
there. They
of the
really didn't think
electronic
that we had a
record.
right to participate in any of this. It's wildness.
So do you see at around 7:10 a.m., there was a reference to the chief briefing the team?
Yes.
And at the top, Mission Hydra. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Tell us what that means.
I wasn't familiar with what Hydra was. I guess it's a mythological Greek figure. But he spoke about it, this thing having many heads. And so, we needed to, as I wrote here, cut off and cauterize the head. So as we were able to take control of a situation, then we held that position. I think that's what he was referring to as cauterizing. It was a term that I've not used in event planning before.
So just to help us understand, what did you understand the many heads to be an analogy of?
So I think this was his 7 points strategy. And I think each of them was one of the means that we would be able to use to bring this to an end.
I see. Carry on.
Okay. So he had called us all in there, I think in response to the meeting of the night before, and my assessment of things that I don't know that he necessarily agreed with, or I might not have instilled the confidence that he was hoping to hear. So he set out to all of us to meet and then to actually put this plan into some form of a visual documentation, which you saw. That was one of our.
It just made a massive technological
very
leap
adept,
over here, folks.
planners who was
Never mind my
project
antics.
manager who was able to come up with that visual that you saw that we shared with them, with the each of the different points and how we were going to go about affecting those actions.
Now you made a note.
The person asking the questions is the
middle,
commission counselor.
very
The commission
aggressive
counselors get the most time with the
language
witnesses.
throughout the
In
whole
fact, you missed
briefing
quite the interesting
and
exchange
mission
this morning.
statement. What's the next sentence?
Asked if anyone
Right.
needed clarifications.
So what do you mean by very aggressive posture?
So he was very much at this point in time, I would say, frustrated by where we were at so many days into it. And I think he was, I would say, having challenges not allowing that to show. And so he had us all in a room, made sure that everybody came in at 7 o'clock and that we were all going to be part of this meeting and all hands on deck. We're going to get this written up and here's what it's going to look like.
Now, the plan that this Mission Hydra, the plan that the former chief wanted to carry out, we have a document that I believe is the one he referred to, and I want to show it to you to confirm it. Can we call up OPP 301889, please? It's a plan that's also been referred to by various witnesses as 3.0. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
What does that refer to, 3.0?
Generally, what happens is plans develop and you have versions of them. And for everybody's sake of ease, when you are sending a plan around for people to see, you put the most recent version of it. So I think that's what the 3.0. And I think we dropped the Hydra. I don't think that was necessarily a plan name we wanted to go with. So I think this is what replaced that.
Okay, so are you able to confirm then that this is the plan that the former chief wanted, that the one that he spoke to you about on that morning at 7:10?
I believe so. If we could just scroll up beyond maybe the first page or two.
Sorry, I missed that. What's the comment
Yes,
about
that
trying to
looks
cut
to
someone's
be
head off?
Correct.
Okay, now if we can go to page
So she was
6,
talking about
I
cutting
believe
the
that's
head
where
off
the
the
mission
off
statement
the
is.
stake or the Hydra, more or less. So I
Very
guess
particular language, isn't it, Daisy?
yeah, it's just like people using the word occupation or weapons for
They're trying to use very words of pointed malice that have really heavy connotations with them, and that's influencing the public discourse. So let's
you
get
hear
back.
the word
there's no
siege, you hear
reference
weapons,
to
fortresses, all kinds of talk like that.
Yeah, a lot of things, a lot of language
Insurrection,
to
we heard
paint,
today.
a lot of pictures to paint pictures in people's minds, a lot of words to paint pictures that have nothing to do with the actual facts of the situation. They're just narrative building, very illustrated words that paint pictures in people's heads.
Yeah. They're to be symbolic, and you're right. They paint a picture immediately in your head when you hear siege, when you hear well, all of these. Let's go back. That's fine. Thanks.
To safely negotiate the unlawful elements of the, and carry on. And you start with that really focus on negotiation as a starting point. I think my recollection of that meeting was he and I had some arguments, I will say. We had a discussion, we had a disagreement on that. And ultimately he said it was understood that we were going to be negotiating, and he did not want it to be in the mission statement. So this mission statement is what was put in the end.
Right. So I want to go back now to the to your notes. OPS 30144479 at page 66, because there's some subsequent notes that I want to ask you to clarify. So do you see at 7:20, Chief laid out his plan, omitted negotiations, and when I brought it up, he reacted angrily, saying, "We're not negotiating." It's better that you read it.
Sure, then said it's implicit. I advised our CIC mission statements always have explicitly stated in the mission statement. If it doesn't reduce the size of the footprint, that is not a good negotiation.
So that was the exchange.
Yes.
And that was at 7:10 a.m. And then later that morning at 9:15 a.m., there was another meeting with the chief had with you and Deputy Chief Bell. This is at the next page, page 67. Okay, that's okay. Sorry, go up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, go down a little bit. Do you see the part where the chief said, anyone, I'll let you read it?
Sure. Anyone who undermines the operational plan, he will crush them. And I wrote in brackets that he said it twice, and I noticed that his chin was twitching. I was kind of aghast at the comment, and that anyone who executes the plan will be supported. takeaway was, don't bother arguing with anything that Patterson offers. Chief and he are in communication, and whoever gets in their way will be crushed.
What
did
kind
you
of language?
understand
Will be crushed.
the chief to
We will crush
convey
them.
by those comments?
That this was the plan we were going ahead with, and that he didn't want to hear any further dissenting positions on it. This was where we were going.
Now, if we go
No
down
dissenter,
further-
you will be crushed.
Okay. Could you read to us? Talked about the plan.
Talked about the plan for briefing the embedded cell, I think those of planners and commanders, and he spoke of a type of conspiracy that is happening at provincial and federal levels, that this team is being handled by their political masters, and promoted the idea that they're not really here to help.
So before you carry on, the cell or the team, is that the integrated planning group that just came to Ottawa?
Yes, it is.
The one that you met with the day before?
Yes, and that we were planning to meet with that same day around noon with this plan.
Okay. So do you remember this conversation?
Very well.
What did you understand him to mean by political masters and so on?
I believe he thought that this was all very politically influenced. And I will, say at the outset, I was 5 or 6 weeks into being an acting deputy chief at this point in time, and did not have the same view, but I have not lived the same number of years that Chief Slowly had in.
He is referring
in that
to
realm.
acting chief Bell of the OPS.
And so I felt they were simply cops coming to help cops, and he had a different view from, I guess, his experience and the conversations that he was having at that point in time.
Right. Now, so these are your notes, right?
Yes.
But this meeting is also being recorded as a form of minutes by other people.
Yes.
So I want to take you to another record. This will be OPS 30-14454. And I want to take you to page 130.
So in her communication there, she said, I guess Bell was making the comment that it's very politically motivated. These things are being politically motivated. He used much harsher language than that, but we'll go back to it.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry, slowly.
So there's a reference. Tom
May
C,
have been Chief Slowly.
OPP. Is that the Commissioner Carrick of the OPP?
Yes, I believe that's who he
Is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional asked resources. And there's a note that Patricia's you, right?
That's right.
That you said, I want us to limit politics. And the chief said, last week, we didn't have an incident command. Everyone was running around with confusion. Now we know our roles as of noon. None of us did our jobs last week in what our teams needed. We need to stay focused and stick to the plan. And then we have the minutes recording you saying they're here to help. Not sure why we're
That's forcing them
to arrive here. And the chief said last night was amateur hour. Do you recall this?
I do.
Can you give us the context and what you remember was exchanged?
Yeah. So that morning, the chief had said, when we were sitting in that briefing room, that they will be coming down to 474 Elgin, and we will be presenting our plan there. There was probably 5 or 6 of them, and we had a full team ourselves. And I suggested that perhaps a better option was to go out to where they were set up. They'd come in from out of town. Some of them didn't know Ottawa, but they were already out at the one of the RCMP stations, and that we could go out there, present. There was plenty of room. I had just been there the night before it was set up. And the chief said something to the effect of, this is a strategy. This is I don't expect you to understand, but this is our house and we're going to do this in our house. So I felt that was a bit of a power move that I didn't think was necessary in the circumstances, because I really did feel that they were here to help. And why are we inconveniencing them? The chief referred to it as, he shouldn't have to drive out to the boonies to go and, I think he called it Farhaven, to go for this meeting. So that was what that conversation was. And then when he talks about last night being amateur hour, that's what I was alluding to in that we couldn't get the computer set up, we couldn't get Teams going. It was, different agencies, different key fobs and that type of thing. So that's where his frustration was on that.
Right. So you mentioned that you were going to meet with the group again that day. And I believe that meeting took place at 12:10 p.m. Am I right?
Yes, sounds right.
So if I could take you back to your notes now, OPS 3014454 at page 1.
Sounds like ego was an issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not your notes. It's the same document.
Chief was referring to meetings as amateur hour, and then when it was suggested that meetings be moved to RCMP, who are better equipped with lots of room and facilities, he said this, rough quote, "This is our house." And Patricia Ferguson, acting deputy chief, seems to think that was a power move on his part.
I want to ask you about this. So we're now at the meeting with the integrated planning group, and the chief asked this question. We can add the information that was provided by the RCMP, but we haven't agreed not to proceed with our plan for tonight.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Yes.
What was that about?
That was the plan for an actions on at Rideau and Sussex. That Superintendent Patterson had proposed and was working towards executing.
Okay. Tell us about Rideau Sussex. The commission has heard some evidence about why that intersection might be problematic.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just establish the date of this meeting, please?
It is February the 9th. At around 12:10 p.m.
So Rideau and Sussex, from the start of the arrival of the convoy, was a contentious and volatile, I would describe it, intersection. The people who were there, the protesters or the people who were there were, they seemed to be operating mostly on their own. They were known to us as the Farfadas. I believe they were a group that was originally mostly from Quebec, from the Quebec area. I'm not sure exactly where. And they were, I would say, the ones that they were antagonistic over the course of the convoy. When people were trying to leave, they were the ones, I would say, intimidating people, saying, hold the line, you're not going anywhere, those types of things. And because of the location where they were, that was a major intersection that we were trying to gain back. And their presence there certainly contributed to the Rideau Center being closed, which was obviously one of our major businesses in the city and was suffering as a result. And we were trying to open that intersection up to be able to get, there's obviously access to Quebec that comes with that and the Byward Market.
And what was the plan that was discussed at that meeting?
So they were planning on, and it wasn't so much, actually, I think it was discussed at this meeting. Superintendent Patterson presented his plan after I gave a presentation on our concept of operations. And he described how he planned on taking that intersection. And it was involving public order units. A number of troops, or a number of sections, as they're called, were going to be employed in taking the area, making arrests, and then holding that area consequently.
Now, we're going to hear from Superintendent Abrams later today, as I said, and we expect him to, he may say that he was quite critical of this OPS plan. He thought it unsafe. And he thought also in that discussion that Superintendent Patterson might have misrepresented the PLT involvement. What is your perspective on that?
I would agree with that. I believe he told the team or the people at that meeting that they were engaged when Superintendent Abrams specifically asked him, are they aware, have they been engaged to this point, and have they exhausted all other measures? And I believe Superintendent Patterson's response was yes, they had.
Right. So that meeting between the OPS command team and the integrated planning group took place at around noon. And then at 1:40 p.m., the OPS command team had a debriefing. You remember that?
Vaguely.
So if we go down to the next page, 139. So do you see OPS debrief from meeting with the OPP RCMP meeting? And it recorded the chief as saying, as far as I consider, keep going. Nothing has changed until I hear something different coming from the RCMP and OPP. So I just want to be clear here, because at that meeting, right, at the meeting with the integrated planning group, there were at least two things being discussed. One was the degree of integration. There was the OPS Plan 3.0, and I understand that the RCMP and Chief Pardy, they were also starting to prepare a kind of plan to support what the OPS had.
Yes, they were.
Right, so there were those two plans. And then there was these Rideau-Sussex discussion at the same time. So just to be clear, when the chief said here, as far as I consider keep going, do you recall the context? Was he referring to the integration issue, or was he referring to the Rideau-Sussex issue?
I'm actually not sure that I was at this meeting. These are, I believe, our legal services notes. So I don't know that I was there and heard that.
Okay.
So it may not be fair for me to comment on what it is that he was saying. If on the face of it, it looks to me like he's talking about that action that we were planning.
Okay. All right. Now, moving on to the next day, February 10th. At 11 a.m. Now I can take you back to your notes, and that is OPS 3014479. If we go to page 75, please. So do you see the first bullet? Patterson said the OPP want to make sure this stays in Ottawa and had no interest in resolving this. They only want to negotiate and not do any actions on. And then the next line says, I disagreed.
Yes.
Tell us about that exchange.
So this was in relation to the actions on at Rideau and Sussex. And this was our daily briefing. So there was a number of people on that call. And this was Superintendent Patterson had not got the plan approved, and it had not been carried out in the overnight hours as they were hoping. And so he was updating the team as to what happened and his perception of what the OPP's, I guess, ultimate goals were. And at the same time, there were things happening across the province.
Now, when we spoke about this day during our interview back in the summer, you said February 10th, was probably the worst day in your professional career.
That's correct.
Why was that?
So this meeting, this was, as you were showing here, this is a series of discussions that I'm having with both the event commander who's reporting to me and former Chief Slowly about the approach that I felt we needed to be taking. And as the major event commander, I was trying to drive in that direction and was continually getting pushback. Some of it very public and some of it, behind closed doors. And this was a meeting when we got to this point, Superintendent Patterson was also very frustrated and he was, presenting his point to the group. And so there was a comment made during this meeting where he, in my estimation, maligned one of our most seasoned critical incident commanders on the decision that he made not to approve this plan. And he chalked it up to him not being involved and not knowing enough. And that's why he didn't approve it. And so at the end of the call, once we did all the checks that we did on these briefings, go through communications, through, what's the update, how many people on the Hill, those types of things. Once that was completed, I had asked for a number of people to stay on the call. So, our corporate communication folks would have dropped off and some of the other players. But the chief was on, Superintendent Patterson was on. I don't know all of the people who remained on the call, but our legal, Christiane Huneau, was on that call as well. And I started by saying, I want to clarify the role of the incident commander. In this case, it was Superintendent Burnett, who had not approved the plan that Patterson put forward for actions at Rideau and Sussex. And he had his reasons for it, and a lot of them related to safety of our members. And it was involving POU teams from other police services who had also expressed their concern about the safety of this action to Superintendent Burnett. And so I wanted to clarify that and to say that I didn't believe that these types of actions were going to, that they were a good move at this point in time. If we had said we were going to negotiate, which is what we agreed to with the OPP just yesterday when we presented, or was yesterday when we presented that plan, then that's what we had to commit to. And I didn't feel we were doing that. And I felt we were doing a disservice to everybody involved, and not to mention, putting pressure on and putting our members at risk. They had been swarmed by protesters at this location before. We knew they had that potential. And so this, of all of them, was probably the most dangerous of all the intersections that we would take on. So I expressed that. And then you probably see conversation back and forth between myself and Superintendent Patterson, and the chief weighed in. And then at one point in the meeting, Superintendent Patterson asked here, and you see in my notes, if Christiane Huneau, who was our legal, our lawyer, was on the call, and she said, I'm here, and he said, I want this for the notes. And then he made, I would say an attack on my integrity, on behavior that he felt that I was engaging in that was unethical. And at that point in time, I, indicated that I didn't think that no one said anything. So I said, I don't, I think this is going to really be difficult for me to move forward in this position. I feel like I'm a fly in the ointment that's going on right now, and that I'm fighting on two fronts, and that I wasn't willing to do that anymore. So I said to the chief at that point, if you need to remove me in order to be able to go ahead and carry out your plans, you're going to have to do that, but I cannot. I fundamentally disagree with the way we were going, and that I couldn't put our members at risk in that way. So that was pretty much the end of the conversation, and the meeting ended at that point.
And what decision did the former chief make after that?
He came to see me and we discussed the situation. And I, in his defense, he didn't know me very well. He didn't know my history. He's come to the organization as an outsider. But I assured him that the behavior I was being accused of was not, in fact, what was happening. And it involved, myself and my husband colluding. My husband at the point was working with the PLT team, and that I was getting, information that I shouldn't have been having at that point was really the accusation. And so I suggested to the chief that if he really believes in the direction that he is suggesting, then I'm not the person to be the commander of this event. And so he said he would think about it. And at the end of our conversation, he ultimately said, I will keep you as the event commander, but you must promise me that you are going to take some days off, that you need a couple of days rest.
Not event commander, strategic
Sorry,
commander.
strategic commander, yes. And at that point in time, I had been working a number of days in a row. It felt a little bit like I had gotten emotional, and he walked into my office right at the tail end of that meeting, and I was frustrated and I was angry. So it felt a little bit like he was saying, you need to go home and get some rest. He was probably right, but I was a little bit frustrated by that. And I'm frustrated in hearing that it sounds like I was sent home because I was on the wrong side of things. As Chair Deans said yesterday, that was not the case. I think it was out of concern for, for where I was at. Certainly I was angry, frustrated, and upset. And he said, Deputy Bell will take over for a couple of days, go home, get some rest, because I need you healthy for the long run.
Right. So you did take some rest.
I did.
On the 11th and the 12th?
That's right.
And then you came back on the 13th?
Yes.
Now, when the chief made the decision to remove Superintendent Patterson, who stepped in?
So at that point in time, it was Superintendent Bernier who was requested to come in.
Were you involved in that decision?
I was. The chief and I discussed it as to what options we had, and Superintendent Bernier was ultimately the decision at that stage.
Why was he selected?
He has lots of experience in the public order world, but also in planning and in specialized events, that type of thing. He has been, incident commander, event commander, and has worked in that world quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Now, before we get to your return on the 13th, I want to show you another document. It is one that I've shown you before during our interview. If I could call up the document number OPP 404283. If we can just look at the whole first page, can we do that? So this appears to be a draft document prepared by the Integrated Planning Group. And these are the services involved, right? The RCMP, OPP, TPS is Toronto Police, YRP, York Regional Police, and what's PRP?
Peel Regional Police.
All right. So this document is a draft dated February the 10th. Can we go back to the title, please? SMEAC proposal. What is that?
SMEAC is a term that's used in both military and policing, and it's basically situation, mission, execution, and the C can stand for command or communication. But
now, if we go to section 3.1 of this draft proposal, it appears that the group was trying to get a sense of where things were at as of that time on February the 10th. It seems to be an assessment of the current situation that the OPS had to confront with. And these are, well, we see the list. Can we go down the list? I don't mean scrolling down, but I mean, Deputy Chief, can you tell us, look at each bullet and tell us your perspective on whether this list accurately reflected the state that the OPS found itself in as of the 10th of February?
so not intelligence-led. I think that's fairly accurate. We were not really relying on the intelligence to formulate the actions and the things that we were doing.
Does that include the pre-planning phase, or are you referring strictly to the February 10th
I'm thinking just of the state that we were in the 9th, 10th, when I'm assuming this was drafted up.
Okay, yeah.
Participants have the initiative. This was in fact something that was becoming, we were becoming aware of this. There were retired police and military members in the protest, and they knew a number of our, police tactics, and they had a chief of security, and they were really, keeping themselves in those types of, I guess, command. So I think that is true. Reactive, tactical, aggressive, and taking risks. I would agree with that. Some of the actions that they were seeing us doing, whether that was the interdiction of fuel, those types of things that the chief was hoping for us to make some headway there.
Would that include the Rideau Sussex POU action?
Yes, it would. Poor communications, no communication strategy. I think that's fair. There were some good communications, and I shouldn't paint everybody with that brush, but certainly I know that our intelligence folks who are working with OPP members, and that there was communication going on there, and some people were more effective at it than others, but I think it's a fair assessment step. Unclear and vague command and control. I think we had a system in place, but we had players who were, jumping up or jumping down our incident command structure. Unqualified trained leadership. We had lost a lot of our subject matter experts in the 4 or 5 years leading up to this. We used to be really, really strong, and our response to, when I think of what happened here in 2014, the shooting on Parliament Hill, we were subject matter experts, and we had leaders in that area, and a lot of that had gone with retirement. And because we hadn't had any big events, with COVID, with no presidential visits, none of those things, we hadn't flexed those muscles. And so this was obviously unprecedented in terms of its size and the type of thing we were dealing with. So I don't know whether unqualified is fair. I would think there's some people in that chain who would say that they very much are qualified, but I think from an OPP or somebody looking in maybe would see that. No or poor partner collaboration. I would agree.
What does that refer to?
Well, I believe at the strategic level, the relationship was strained. And whether that was chief to chief or chief with some of the city partners, some of the political people who needed to be involved. We did have, I would say, good collaboration. Kim Ayotte and I spoke fairly regularly in terms of, what are your people seeing, and what are you experiencing? How can we support? How can we help? Those types of conversations were going on fairly regularly. But at certain levels, we were not seeing that same level of collaboration. Focused on local issue only. I believe that that statement that Superintendent Patterson made was right. And I also recall former Chief slowly saying, I don't care about what's going on elsewhere. Ottawa is where I need to, have my focus. And, from his perspective, I could understand that. But we did know that when we took actions here, it had ripple effects across the country. These were very connected, reactive people. Only maintenance and not resolution. And I believe that OPS focus, that was our focus. And a lot of that had to do with simply the realities of our staffing situation. The boots on the ground are officers who were at posts and who were taking on those roles. And I think fairly accurate to say low morale. They were frustrated. Some of them were left out for hours in the cold without the ability for them to be freed up or provided meals. Lack of leadership, confidence in command, no clear direction. I think we did hear some of that, especially from the PLT folks. Physical and I'm assuming that's mentally exhausted, poor decision making. I'm not sure what the longer is referring to, but I think obviously we were not our best selves at that moment and maybe weren't making the best decisions. And the information sharing is incomplete and unknown command structure, and the operational plan not being signed off.
Okay, let's take that a bit further. Information sharing, incomplete and unknown command structure. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we use different command structures than the OPP and the RCMP. And so I think they were looking to see us following true models. They vary slightly, but I do think at points we were not following the command structure. And I believe that, as I alluded to before, we had people who were jumping chains and maybe getting down into areas they didn't need to be, to try and speed things up, I think was probably the...
And in terms of information sharing, did you see that as an issue between OPS and external agencies, or was that an issue within the OPS itself?
I don't think I experienced that myself, that there was a lack of information sharing internally. But I'm assuming if they are, no, I can't make that assumption. I don't know what they're referring to specifically.
Do you recall when we interviewed you back in the summer, you described some challenges to us in terms of the sharing of intelligence within the OPS?
Yes, yes.
Tell us more about that.
So our intelligence unit gets all sorts of information, obviously, and they go through it, and there is an analysis piece that takes place with the information, the intelligence that they get, and they will determine often who that relates to. And sometimes it's one of those things that is a nice to know, and we will hang on to that and do up a report. And sometimes it's something that needs to be actioned by somebody. And I think we were still relying at this point in time. We have since evolved, but we were relying on them being the keepers of that information and it being shared on a need to know basis. And up until this point, the major things that they were looking into were organized crime and were, national security threats. Not so, I mean, that was obviously the purview of the RCMP, but those types of things. And so they would share information like, the latest ITAC threat and some of those pieces of information as needed. But it was really a hierarchy. And if you were not in that level, then you didn't necessarily receive that information.
Do you think OPS for the arrival of the convoy?
I think it's fair to say it may have had an impact on it. I think what we were missing was that bridge between intelligence and special events to operationalize the information that they had, and we were lacking there.
Mm-hmm. Now, and the point about lack of leadership, looking back, what do you think you could have done differently to provide more leadership?
It's a good question. I think to convey to the people who reported to me that we are moving forward in this direction, to express my trust in them, maybe a little bit more vocally, to let them know that, they were the subject matter experts. They had all the information that they needed, and we needed to come up with a plan. I think, again, a lot of the issues were staffing, and so tried to rotate people to provide them with a rest, to provide them with the ability to breathe and focus on what they needed to. And maybe I needed to be more task driven in terms of, we need this plan and I need it by so and such a time, those types of things. Yeah.
Now, I've asked you about your leadership, but what about when you look around, do you see other leadership issues around those around you?
Yeah, I think policing in general attracts a certain type of person to it. And I think there's a lot of very strong characters. And one of the things that I felt we maybe could have done better was listening to each other and communicating better and being a little more cohesive as a command team. And I think in moments of stress and crisis, people are not their best selves and maybe rely on behaviors that are not helpful in the moment, and just show kind of the cracks that are coming through. And it was an incredibly long, exhausting period of time for the Ottawa Police, and I think many of our members are bruised as a result, if I can say that, and are still, in that stage. So it had a big toll, and obviously what took place, in the top job and with the council, city council, showed just how difficult it was for everyone, not just OPS, but for the community as well.
Right. Now, we spoke a bit about Superintendent Bernier, who assumed the role of event commander as of the 10th. So he would have been reporting to you when you return on the 13th, right?
That's right, yes.
How did you find him as a leader, as the operation commander?
Superintendent Bernier is very intense, as you will likely get to know him. And he got right in, dug in, and started to work on developing his plans. One of the parts of the conversation I do recall was he said, I will accept this role, because he needed some time to think about it. I think he understood this was a very big job. And he said, with the understanding that I have a liaison between myself and strategic command. And so he identified somebody who, he trusted, who would be able to feed information to us in the strategic sort of command level. And he wanted to be unfettered. He wanted to be able to execute the command execute the plan as he saw fit, and that it was in his hands. It was very much I got this.
Speaking of unfettered, does that go back to what you said earlier about the importance of having autonomy for an operational commander?
Absolutely.
And who became that liaison person?
Superintendent Rob Drummond.
Okay. And you said Superintendent Bernier insisted on the autonomy as well as the liaison. Why was the liaison so important?
I think you'll have to ask him that, but my sense is that he didn't want to be sucked into lots of meetings. He wanted to be able to work on the plan. And traditionally, up until this point, we had had a lot of meetings where the event commander is actually being taken away from the tasks of doing the job to talking about plans and this type of thing. And I think that he felt that was not a good use of his time. And I think he just wanted that flow of information to go through one person.
Well, Superintendent Bernier will testify next week, and I expect he will tell us that one of the early decisions he made was to appoint OPP Superintendent Springer as his deputy.
Yes.
Did you know about that?
I did. In my first conversation with Superintendent Bernier, I said, what do you need? What do you think you need to accomplish this? And he said, I'm going to need sort of a backup, I guess, if you will. And I said, who do you want? Build your team, tell me who you want, and I will do what I can to make sure that those resources are afforded to you. So he identified Dave Springer, who I knew as well, and said, can you see if he will do it? And speaking with, at the time, Inspector Springer, he agreed. I had a phone conversation with him. He just said, can you please, give my boss a call to make sure that they're okay with it, which I did. And he joined the team at that point in time.
Right. Tell us about the degree of integration in the days after your return. So you took 2 days off.
Yes.
And you came back on the 13th. What did you find when you come back?
So by that point in time, people had their sleeves rolled up. They were all working at one location, all that, sort of that level of the Superintendent Bernier, Chief Superintendent Carson Pardy, Chief Superintendent Phil Liu was also on the team. There was a room full of planners who they had brought in. There were experts in our traffic, in public order. Everybody was working at the same location. And I believe at that point in time, I might be wrong on the date exactly, but Superintendent Bernier was beginning to set up what he called his integrated table. And so each of the units that were needed to be involved, that were in an incident command structure, had a spot at the table, and that could have been an OPP officer, it could have been an RCMP officer, it could have been Ottawa Police.
Right. So I understand from interviewing Superintendent Bernier that a plan that he worked on with the integrated planning group was signed off as between him and the other members of the group. But it appears there might be some confusion around that time just as to what extent additional review or approval may or may not have been required from strategic level commanders, including yourself or the former chief. So I want to take you to an email change and see if you can help us clarify some of those confusion. Could we call up document OPP 401547, please? So if we go down to the very bottom, to the beginning of the email chain, so Deputy Chief, you see that this email began with the former chief sending you an email, is a request. He said, please send me the latest version of the operations plan that I approved on Wednesday, February the 9th. Now, which operations plan did you understand him to be referring to?
I believe this was the 3.0.
The 3.0. And then he also asked, also please advise if the plan has received all official approvals, signatures, etc., as there seems to be some concerns about this from the RCMP. Tell us about this.
So I'm not sure if this was at the chief's level, whether it was Commissioner Lucky or where the concerns were coming from within the RCMP. But we did have Chief Superintendent or Superintendent Bill Liu from the RCMP involved in our plan at that point in time. I do know that in Ottawa, there's the national policing side, and then there is the operational policing side for the RCMP. And so I don't know if there was a disconnect there in terms of that communication. But Superintendent Liu had been working on the plan. The plan was moving forward and had been built out from what we had supplied of the 3.0. That's what they had been working on from that date forward, from the 9th of February to the 13th on these plans. And Superintendent Bernier was receiving these plans, reviewing them, and then approving them.
So in this one email, he seems to be referring to two different plans.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we go further up, we see your reply at 5:58. Now, by the way, in between the request and your reply, did you speak to anyone that you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay, so let's take a look at your reply. Good evening, Chief. In checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the integrated planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer that it be completed and signed off, and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. As for 3.0, Ottawa Truck Demo 22, February 9th, 22, it looks like you attach that 3.0 plan. So were you responding to both requests and trying to, like, I'll let you tell us what you were trying to do.
It would appear I'm talking about two different plans. And I don't believe I had seen the integrated plan, not before Superintendent Bernier had signed off on that. So I think what I'm saying is he's had a chance to review the plans. It's a large document, lots of pages involved in details, and Superintendent Bernier wanted to go over all of them. And he's obviously done a first review and sent it back with his comments to the people who were developing the plan. And he's saying he would prefer that he's had a chance to really make sure that it is tight and he's happy with it before sharing the plan. And as he is the final approver, and I was making that point to say that it is up to him to approve the plan.
Up to
Superintendent Bernier to approve the plan.
Okay. And you said in checking with Rob Bernier. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so I suspect I had a conversation with him, probably over the phone, about where things were at and what was going on.
Okay. So if we go further up, this is the former chief replying to your response. He said, "Thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of this delay as I had approved the plan last Wednesday." Now, this is February 13th. And when he said, "I had approved the plan last Wednesday," would that have been the 9th?
Yes.
I appreciate and support the need for, sorry, yeah, I appreciate and support the need for Acting Superintendent Bernier to make adjustments to the plan that he inherited. What did you understand the chief to be saying here? Adjustments and the plan that he inherited.
That he was simply building out the 3.0 plan. I think that's what the chief was assuming.
So were you left with the impression that, like what did you understand? Like, because we started with you explaining that there were two plans.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand the chief to mean when he said this?
I think the chief was looking for what the plan was, and that it was based on that plan that we had presented to the integrated.
The 3.0.
Yes.
So he appeared to suggest that there were adjustments made to the 3.0.
Yes, when what I think Superintendent Bernier was doing was tasking the planners with, give me a full robust plan, which we eventually see is the demobilization plan that we worked off of.
So while Superintendent Bernier was asking for action on the integrated planning group plan, he wanted to have it move ahead. The former chief was asking about the 3.0.
I believe that's what's going on here, yes.
And then he said, "That said, please ensure that the plan is fully signed off as the earliest possible opportunity, as this is a priority need expressed by our integrated partners." The plan in this third paragraph or fourth paragraph, to ensure that it's fully signed off, what did you understand which plan he was referring to now? The 3.0 or the integrated group plan?
I believe it was the integrated work plan, the one that Superintendent Bernier was working on. And that, as I had alluded to, Superintendent Bernier he'd made some comments, he'd sent it back, and when it came back to him the way he wanted it, he would sign off on and approve that plan.
So help me understand here, were there simultaneous work being done on two plans as of the 13th?
I don't believe so. I think the chief was under the impression that 3.0 was being worked on, but it was not. It was concluded, and I believe that's what I sent him, was the final document with his signature on it that was from the Wednesday prior. And what I knew was that Superintendent Bernier was working very hard, tasking his people to come up with plans, traffic plan, public order plan, PLT plan, all of the plans that form his ultimate demobilization plan.
Now, when you were responding to the chief's request on this day, have you seen the integrated group plan yet?
No, I have not.
Right. So his last paragraph to you, as such, please communicate via email to the OPP and RCMP.
Sorry, a lot of dry details here, guys. I hope you can hear me. I know I'm missing a lot of this stuff. I'm having some pretty significant audio issues over here. Different drivers becoming uninstalled and stuff like that. So for the lunch break, I think what's going to happen is we do have to reset the stream at lunch anyway. So I think at 1 p.m. or shortly thereafter, we're going to shut down the stream, and we'll come back right around 2 o'clock, hopefully with the issues resolved, and to engage in a more productive afternoon. I'm sure it's going to be an interesting afternoon.
Because he wanted to, take a look at it as well and have Christiane look it over, because that had been his practice before. He had asked for legal services to look over plans to make sure that they were meeting, that they were legally sound, I think would have been his thought process on that. So I think he wanted me to make sure that our OPP and RCMP partners were provided the plan as soon as it was signed off on, and that he also wanted to have a look at it. But I don't know, he said once the plan has been approved. So I think he understood at this point in time, he was not the approver of the plan.
Okay. And you speak about the lawyer reviewing documents as a practice, but we're talking about an operational plans here.
Correct.
So the practice includes having legal review of operational plans?
It did for former Chief Slowly. It doesn't in the ICS model. It's not part of the.
And in your experience at the executive level, was that the practice of other chiefs?
No.
What did you understand to be the significance or the reason that he wanted to have these kind of legal review?
I'm not quite sure. As I said, I think maybe because he wanted to make sure from her perspective it was legally sound, but these were operations. And so I think she would be the first one to tell you that she has no place in that.
And was it understood that the action, the plan could or could not be actioned on before the review, legal review was completed?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, can we go further up? Oops, okay, so this is your response. The plan that was sent to you just now is one that both Pardy and Liu worked on to include the additional and necessary parts to ensure it met everyone's needs. So you are now sending the former chief the new integrated groups plan, right?
Yes.
Both Carson and Phil were aware of the reason for the delay, as they had been in regular contact with Rob yesterday and into today. The plan now has the proper signatories on it and will be the one referenced moving forward. I thank everyone for the patience and so on. So was that the end of it for that day for you?
I believe so.
If we go up to the top, we see that the former chief forwarded it to the RCMP and OPP commissioner. Please be advised, our operational plan was updated per the integrated model with the input of your respective representatives and has now been fully approved. And we go further up, we have the Commissioner Karik thanking the OPS chief. What was your understanding as to the status of this plan, the integrated groups plan?
That at the operational level, it had been signed off, and this was simply a notification to the strategic level that this was the plan we were going forward with.
All right. Now, were you aware of any subsequent delay after the, this is all on the 13th?
I think there might have been some further conversation about it, but I don't have any independent recollection of exactly what that was right now.
Okay. How am I doing with time? Okay. If I could now take you to the plan that was signed off on the 13th. I believe this is OPP 401851. If we go to page 22, please. Oh, maybe further down, I'm looking for the organization chart. Okay, now this is a document that you didn't see until later. Well, I guess on the 13th you had it and you had an opportunity to review it. Tell us about this organization. Was this level of integration happened ever before in your experience?
Hard to say. I have not been part of one such as this before. So this was my first foray into this world, but it, I think what you see are the dotted lines are, you know, the sort of even level of command and control. And then the straight lines are who is reporting to who in that. So you see the event command, the strategic command, I report to OPS command team, which would have been superintendent, or rather former Chief Slowly. And then when we get down to the operational level, and I think it's making pains to show where one ends and the other begins, the clear lines in between strategic, operational, and tactical. And so then you see, you know, Superintendent Bernier as the event commander with support from both the OPP and the RCMP, but ultimately that the Ottawa Police event commander is the lead on the command. So you see, he's got a straight line down to everybody else, and Inspector Springer has a dotted line.
Right, and we see in one of those blue boxes an executive liaison, Acting Superintendent Drummond. That's what you talked about, right?
That's correct.
And comparing, we're not going to have time to look at the contents of this plan, but you've had the benefit of understanding this plan, comparing this to what was the 3.0. Can you summarize for us the main differences between those plans and which one was superior?
It's the level of detail that's involved in this plan that makes it different. This is a true plan, and it encompasses all of the boxes that you see in there. It's got plans.
Look at all those
subplans
boxes,
from each of
sub-plans,
those,
plans,
categories.
plans up the
And
plans.
this is the superior plan.
But I don't see that any of their plans included letting the protesters actually express themselves, and no plans to talk to the protesters or make them feel heard, especially with such a national grievance of such a severe order of contention, severe point of contention. Not hearing people led to this.
The proper allocation and deployment of resources. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I would agree, and I can understand from their perspective. They were sending resources. They were providing us with bodies, and they wanted to know what's the impact that we're looking to achieve. What is our goal? And I don't think 3.0 maybe necessarily laid that out as clearly as they needed to be able to invest the resources that we were asking for.
And what was stopping the OPS from developing this kind of plan earlier? It's had more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, these plans take a long time to draft up. And what we benefited from was an influx of members from people who are true planners, that's their one and only job, to come in and assist us and do this on a 24/7 basis. Our planners had been trying to, you know, they came up with a plan and then they had to go and execute it as well. So staffing, I think some leadership and some subject matter experts. Chief Superintendent Carson Pardy is a guru as it pertains to these things and has done numerous protracted events and plans and demonstrations. And so those key players to be able to have around the table and tap into lessons learned that they've already had before was key and crucial. And we did not have that capacity before this time.
So looking back, having regard to all of that the citizens of Ottawa had to go through during those 3.5 weeks, what could the OPS, in your view, have done differently or better to have shortened that period to resolve the incident or protest earlier?
I think we had a period after that first weekend where I say we were orienting ourselves. I think we were floundering a little bit in terms of our staffing, in terms of our ability to really take stock of what was going on and then move forward and come up with a plan to get out of it. And I think we lost some time there. We lost some time with some of the actions on that were being taken that were setting us back. We didn't have a pathway, a clear pathway we were working off of, and there was a number of different views, obviously, on what we should be doing. So I think that set us back.
And finally, there may be a debate as to whether the plan should drive the number or the number should drive the plan. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yes, I do. And I believe it's common that the plan drives the numbers.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you are identifying what the outcomes that you want to achieve, and then you work back from that. How do we then build a team that's going to assist us in achieving that? And I think when you start with just a number, then there's no strategy involved in that. And this does really need to be laid out and saying that we need, 10 public order sections to achieve this goal. So how many is that? That's 50. But it's more about what is the outcome that we're looking, what are our goals and objectives, and how do we staff to that?
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Very true, Brad.
Thank you.
Oh, the commission counselor's
first,
done.
Up, in cross-examination is the OPP.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll set my clock here and try my best to stay within my allotted time. All right, good afternoon, Superintendent. My name is Christopher Diana. I'm counsel for the OPP. There's a few areas that I want to ask about just to get some more clarity to your evidence. And I want to start with kind of what was known before the convoy arrived in Ottawa. And I want to start by the basic proposition that Ottawa is very experienced at dealing with protests and large events. This is something that OPS deals with. We've heard some evidence about the frequency, but this is not an uncommon event, right?
It's not uncommon for us to manage protests. This was an uncommon event.
Right, sure, sorry. And sometimes the events are large, sometimes they're small, sometimes they're predictable. For example, Canada Day and other large events often kind of follow a certain pattern where you kind of know what to expect and you can plan accordingly, correct?
I would agree.
But regardless of the nature of the event, whether it's large or small, the gathering of intelligence is really important to planning the proper police response, correct?
Yes.
And we heard from Superintendent Morris yesterday that intelligence has certain limits. Would you agree with that?
I would.
I believe he said that when it comes to numbers, for example, you never know exactly how many vehicles or how many people are going to show up until the day of the process itself, correct?
That's true.
And that's just something that's inherent in intelligence. There are no guarantees.
That's true.
But that, of course, doesn't mean that you don't plan. You make do with the intelligence that you have available to you.
Yes.
And in good planning, the intelligence that you have should drive the way an event is planned, correct?
Yeah, I would say intelligence and information.
Yes, of course, there's a difference, and I don't want to get into that.
No, okay.
At this point, I don't have enough time. So when the Ottawa Police Service heard about the convoy leaving Western Canada, I expected the OPS would have immediately started planning for how to deal with it. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
And as a starting point, that requires collecting and reviewing information and intelligence to know how to respond.
Yes.
At that time, I believe you said you were not familiar with Project Hendon.
I was not, no.
Of course, in fairness, you were not in the Intelligence Bureau at the time, correct?
No.
I believe it was the Chief Bell who was a deputy who was involved in intelligence at the time,
Yes, he was.
and he was head of the Bureau.
So he was the deputy in charge of it, but there was a superintendent who was in that position.
Right, and I don't know if you heard Superintendent Morris's evidence from yesterday, but he gave a number of names of various individuals within Ottawa Police Service who would have received copies of the Hendon reports, including, for example, Superintendent Patterson, Chief Slowly, and was it Inspector Bryden, and others, correct?
That sounds right.
Now, I believe you indicated that you didn't, even though you received a copy, I believe on the 27th or 28th of January, you didn't actually become aware of the Project Hendon until somewhere February 4th to 6th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, the best of my recollection.
And I take it that when Hendon crossed your desk in late January, since intelligence was not particularly your area, you probably felt that others would kind of deal with that?
Yeah, I think in my position as a strategic, kind of advisor in this role, I was not reading those reports per se.
What I am interested in, though, of course, intelligence being as important as it is for planning, were there any meetings of senior command to discuss the state of intelligence before the Freedom Convoy hit Ottawa?
I believe it had been mentioned in some of our meetings in terms of what Deputy Bell was doing with his team, that they were chasing down as much of the information and intelligence as they could. But beyond, as a senior command, did we sit down and talk about it? I don't recall that.
Okay, so in those meetings, then it would be Deputy Bell that would have been responsible at the time for kind of bringing forward that information?
Yes.
And no one at the time said anything about the Hendon reports during those pre-arrival meetings?
I don't remember.
Were you aware during this period of time that as early as January 20th, that OPP intelligence had indicated that there was no exit strategy for many of the protesters?
I am now. I was not then.
And would you consider that, as the strategic commander, would you have considered that important to know?
I believe it would have formed part of how we evaluated.
Oh, this is the blame game chat. They're
And
trying
did you
to,
know
who's
about
going
the
to take the
OPP's
fall for
intelligence
this?
on fundraising that was brought forward in the Hendon reports?
I knew about some fundraising, and I don't know where that was sourced from, but I do recall Inspector Lucas keeping me up to date, saying this money has grown exponentially in the day or two before they arrived.
Right, and of course that's important to know because it speaks to the potential support of the convoy, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that you can necessarily draw the conclusion that it means they're going to stay longer. I don't know what that money was laid out to do. It might have been to be funding other initiatives. So one could, make an assumption out of that, but may not be accurate.
Right. Did you know that the OPP intelligence was reporting that many of the protesters will not leave until their demands were met?
I know that now, but I don't believe I knew that then.
And again, that would have been important for you to know as a strategic commander because it speaks to their intent.
Yep.
Did anyone at these meetings speak about heavy equipment being brought in?
This is difficult. I'm not sure when I was aware of that information. I do know at some point in time, there were reports on the convoys, and whether that was shared through PLT team or through reports, I don't know how I came to know that or when I came to know that.
And of course, that would be important to know.
Yeah, I would say that you've.
Now, since then, have you had a chance to go back and look at any of the Hendon reports?
Yes.
And would you agree that those reports provided important intelligence?
They provided a lot of information. Some was consistent with what we saw. Some was not consistent with what we saw. There were some statements that, said they would do this and they absolutely didn't. So, yeah, to answer your question, we have had a number of events here since, and I have since moved over from community policing to what former Deputy Bell was working on. So I'm very much alive to Hendon reports, and anytime they show up in my inbox, I read them right away now.
And of course, no intelligence was generally 100%, but
No.
as a planning tool, would you agree that those reports would have been useful to have been known, at least of the basics of those reports, as part of your planning process?
Yes, I think there was also, though, what we've found is a lot of misinformation, disinformation, huge volumes of information. And I think Hendon has done a great job of sifting through that as much as possible. But there's still
she's just trying to build a narrative here. She's very partisan in what she's saying.
And some has not.
Right, and that's kind of the challenge, right, of intelligence gathering, is to take the information, put it through the lens, and then come up with a product to assist in the planning process.
Yes.
And that was the very purpose of Hendon, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask about the plan. There was a plan in place to deal with this event before the convoy arrived, correct?
Yes, there was.
And it was a plan that was predicated on a weekend-long event?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that was based more on previous experience than it was on actual intelligence?
I don't know if that's fair to say, because I don't know what our intelligence folks had in the way of information and how much of that fed into the plan. I think, traditionally, 25 years of planning here with fairly similar types of protests, experience was definitely something that our team was likely relying on.
But do you think that might have been part of the challenge here, is that Ottawa Police Service was so used to dealing with certain kinds of protest that perhaps, but the template plan was dusted off, a few revisions were made and presented as being something that would be appropriate for this event?
I don't know that any service
Well,
across the country would have.
Mary, I
anticipated
just
what
want to
we saw
interject
arriving at
that
our doorstep. So do we have plans, and do we use, some of the same ones and change dates and names and build upon them?
she's
Yes,
mentioning
we
those
do.
trigger
In
words
this
to
case, I
try,
don't know
like
that
they
that's
use the
exactly
word
what happened.
siege,
No, but I guess the
fortress,
reason I'm asking is just
occupation.
because,
It's all part
I'm
of
asking whether there may have
subconsciously
been
building a
complacency, and we're
narrative.
trying to understand what happened here and how to prevent these things. Are you concerned that maybe there was a failure to appreciate what may actually happen here, and there was just too much reliance on what was done in the past?
I think there was definitely a failure to appreciate.
If we can bring up OPP 3531, please. Actually, sorry, I think OPS 3531. Got one of the letters wrong. All right, so this is the operational plan, I believe, that you're aware of this document, correct?
Yes.
And would you have approved this document as a strategic commander?
No, I would have seen it, but not approved it.
Okay, can we turn to page 6, please? And scroll down where it says threat assessment. Do you see that, where it says threat assessment?
This is the lawyer for
I
the
take it that's
Ontario
an area
Provincial
that would
Police.
typically provide relevant intelligence to help guide the response.
Yes.
And would you agree that I'll put to you that there's no reference, obviously, to the Hennon reports in that assessment. Would you agree with that?
Not from the portion you're showing me. I don't know if it goes on.
Okay, we can scroll down to the end of that section, please. And I guess the point I'm trying to make through this is that that section on threat assessment does not reference concepts that were in the Hennon report, such as the fact that there was no exit plan, there was nothing about fundraising, nothing about the intentions of the protesters to stay until their goals had been met, nothing about heavy machinery. All of that was in the Hennon report. And I guess the point that I would put to you is that that was all important information that should have been in the threat assessment. Would you agree?
I would. I do note here that they say that they, investigate existing intelligence pieces and to liaise with its federal and provincial partners for any indicators of possible disruptions to the convoy. Should this change with new information, it will be updated accordingly and disseminated. So I gather they did.
Fringe entities who raised $20 million in a week.
Would you agree then that with the
Da, da,
proposition
da, da.
that this plan was not an intelligence-led plan? It was just more of a traffic plan based on experience than one that's truly led by intelligence?
Yes, I would agree with that.
I'd like to ask about the integrated planning team that came to Ottawa. You've said some positive things, obviously, about Chief Pardy and others involved in the plan. My take, I believe they arrived on or about February 8th. Is that about your recollection?
Sounds right, yeah.
And I believe your evidence was that you fully supported the concept of an integrated planning team.
Yes.
You were aware, of course, that Toronto Police was involved, York, Peel, you had subject matter experts from a number of police services.
Yes.
And would you agree that this was not the B team, right?
No.
I mean, these were highly regarded incident commanders, excellent planners, POU experts, and people that were top in their field, correct?
Correct.
And they were all coming to Ottawa to help the OPS kind of resolve the situation, correct?
And I was very grateful for them, yes.
But is it fair to say that your enthusiasm or your support wasn't shared entirely by all members of OPS Senior Command?
That's fair.
And is it also fair to say that that lack of initial buy-in caused some delay in the ultimate agreement on the plan and the execution.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And it's problematic in the sense that the planning team was brought there to assist OPS, correct?
Yes.
With the Ottawa Police Service was a police service of jurisdiction. So unless and until OPS agreed with it, there was really nothing that the team could do, correct?
That's right.
A few questions about PLT. Again, you said some very favorable things about the provincial liaison team. In the Ottawa, it works different, I believe, in the Ontario Provincial Police than it does in the OPS. It's obviously OPP is a much larger police service. My understanding is that in the Ottawa Police Service, PLT members are all part-time. Is that correct?
That's right. They were, I think, at this point.
So in other words, I guess just so others can understand, like being a PLT member is not their full-time job, that as the need may arise, then they can go and they can do PLT duties if asked.
They would be freed up for that, yeah.
And so that the implication of that is that PLT is only engaged if commanders feel that their involvement would be helpful or necessary.
I would say that depends on the incident commander. I think the current cadre we have and had at that time were very aware of what PLT was capable of and engaged with using them.
Yeah, and that was actually, I mean, you were able to know what my next question was, but that because it very much depends on the incident commander as to their own personal view of the effectiveness of that style of policing or their own knowledge about how PLT works, correct?
Indeed, yes.
And when you consider that a bit of a problem in terms of lack of consistency in approach?
I would.
And is it fair to say that in January 2022, there were very few an OPS senior commander at higher command levels that really understood the potential value of PLT?
Yes, I would agree.
Or that understood the national framework put out by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police?
Definitely.
And I believe in your evidence in chief, you said PLT is an amazing tool, and I expect that that's kind of the attitude you bring towards the use of PLT.
Yes, it is.
But would you agree that in reflecting upon lessons learned here, that PLT was misused by OPS in this dispute?
I would agree.
And finally, on the point of jurisdiction, once the convoy arrived in Ottawa, you would agree to the obvious proposition, but it's worth repeating, that Ottawa Police Service was the police service of jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, we were.
Which meant that at that point, it was no longer the OPP's responsibility jurisdictionally.
Yes, yeah, it was ours.
And in fact, it would have been improper for the OPP to try to step in and kind of take over policing, correct?
Agreed.
That there's no legal mechanism for the OPP to take over unless certain scenarios are met, correct?
That's right.
That the Police Services Act sets out very specific circumstances where the OPP may take over command of a certain incident or area.
Yes.
And one of those would be if a formal request would be made from the OPS chief to the OPP commissioner, correct?
I think that's how it works, yes.
Although no such request was made in this case, correct?
I would have been surprised if it was. I don't know though, for sure.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't know if it was made or not.
No, but did you say you'd be surprised?
I would have been surprised if the request was made,
Why would you have been surprised?
because I don't think that that's what former Chief Slowly wanted.
Why?
I think you'd have to ask him. It was clear to me that he was pushing back on that.
Oh, I'm asking you though, because you've had a lot of dealings with Chief Slowly. So why, in your opinion and in your experience, do you believe Chief Slowly would have refused to consider or would not have entertained the possibility of asking for formal assistance in that way?
I don't believe he wanted to give up control. I think he felt that he was the chief in the police jurisdiction, and he wanted that to be maintained.
When it came to providing assistance, would you agree that the OPP did everything it was asked to do by the Ottawa Police Service?
Yes, they did.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
burying them alive, really.
Next is former Chief Slowly's counsel, and it looks like it'll be like yesterday. You'll be split in two, if that's agreeable. You'll do 10 minutes before lunch, and then can finish after lunch.
Hello again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was just a bunch of blame game. That's all you're missing here. It's nothing really revolutionary other than the fact that they just didn't want to negotiate with the protesters.
Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, you were...
Just introduce
And are they
yourself,
throwing slowly under the bus still?
Yes, Rebecca Jones.
Oh, they're
for,
absolutely trying to
former
bury
Chief Slowly.
They're trying to throw Slowly under their bus. Totally.
Yeah.
Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. You were the MIC for the Freedom Convoy, right?
That's right.
And as MIC, you had overall responsibility for the OPS's planning and response to the protests.
Yes.
And your testimony is that you weren't reading the Hendon reports, though you knew that they existed, right?
As of the 28th of January, when I think I was forwarded one.
So this
Right.
is Slowly's
Okay.
counsel, Peter
And
Slowly's counsel.
Your role, though you were the MIC with the overall responsibility, you were working with Deputy Chief Bell, who had overall responsibility for intelligence, right?
Yes. Yep.
And I take it you were relying on the intelligence team to provide you with the information you needed from the intelligence report to input into your plans.
I think my team was, yes, I wasn't writing the plans, but yes.
You yourself weren't writing the plans?
No.
Okay. And you weren't writing the plans directly and you weren't reading the intelligence reports directly. You were at a higher strategic level.
That's right.
Okay. And similarly, there would be no expectation that the chief of police would be pouring through the Hendon reports and trying to reconcile the different pieces of intelligence, right?
No, I don't think that would be realistic.
Okay. And the chief of police would be at an even higher level, relying on his team for operations and intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you noted was that you did not believe that the initial plan, the January 29th plan, was intelligence-led. And I just want to suggest to you that Chief Slowly's expectation for his command had been from when he entered as chief, that all operational plans were to be intelligence-led.
Yes.
Now, for this initial January 29th plan, I take it that Chief Slowly's involvement in the process is as you would have expected.
Yes.
Okay. So he did not direct the planning unduly?
Not at this point, no.
Didn't interfere?
Nope.
And in fact, Chief Slowly did not even see the plan or a draft of the plan until the morning of January 28th when it was provided to him for the first time, right?
That's possible, yeah.
Okay. And he said, looks fine to him, and the team proceeded with that plan.
That's right.
And he would have been looking when looking at that plan, he would have been considering the intelligence and operational details that had been provided to him by his senior command team.
I think that's fair, yes.
Now, if we pivot forward a few days to Sunday night, January 30th, at that point, your evidence is that it became clear to the OPS that the people were not going to leave.
Yep.
And that there needed to be a pivot in the plan.
Yes, a pivot in our response anyway. But
Pivot
yes.
in your response. Okay, fair enough. And you, as the MIC, were responsible in that pivot, right?
Yes.
And that required evolution, significant evolution of the January 29th plan.
Yes.
Because the January 29th plan had been based on, a big, boisterous, traffic impeding protest, but not an occupation.
That's right.
And as of January 30th, I take it that you agreed with the assessment that the OPS was now facing an occupation.
Yes.
Protest, non-occupation.
Now, you were taken to notes from February 3rd, and we can perhaps put them up, OPS 14484, page 3, please. And for everyone's benefit, these are February 3rd notes of Chief Slowly. And he's referring to a meeting with you and Deputy Chief Bell, correct?
Correct.
And he refers in the first line to, I've advised that we've had 2 days since the POU meeting on Tuesday. So that was a meeting that took place on February 1st, right?
Yes, that's right.
And Chief Slowly had made very clear in that meeting exactly what you said. There needed to be a pivot and the plan had to be significantly evolved to deal with the situation.
Yes.
Okay. And at the point of this meeting now, 2 days later and 4 days after the determination that this was in fact an occupation that required a new plan, he had not seen a new, and I shouldn't say a new plan. I'll go back to what we have spoken about, an evolution of the plan. He had not seen an evolved version of this plan, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But what he was looking for here was specifically a public order unit plan, not the wider plan.
Okay, and that would be part of the evolved plan, right? There would be a
Yes.
public order component of the plan to try to figure out how we're going to resolve the situation with the people that were occupying the city.
There would be a public order plan, there would be a PLT plan, there would be a traffic plan, there would be an investigations plan. All of those things form the plan, but he was fixated solely on this one.
Well, the word fixated is a
Sorry.
bit loaded. So he was interested in a public order unit plan.
Yes, in fact, met with them in person.
And met with them in person. But to be fair to your former chief, he also expected that there would be a traffic plan and a PLT plan, and all of those other plans were evolving at the same time.
Yes, he just didn't meet with any of those other groups. I think he might have met with the PLT when there was some discord that he'd heard about and that they were unhappy. But this was the only group that he met with.
I take it you're not being critical of him for not meeting with the other groups?
No, not at all.
Okay, because it's a bit hard to be Chief Slowly sometimes, I think, in terms of criticized for being too involved versus criticized for not being involved enough,
For
right?
sure. Yes.
Okay.
Understand that.
So here on this day, you were taken to this document, but you weren't taken to the very end of the document. If you can scroll down a little bit more, keep going. Oh, sorry, go up a little bit. End of this paragraph. The paragraph at the top of the page, I directed once again Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson to ensure that Sergeant Stoll, and he was Staff Sergeant Stoll, I apologize, and he was involved in the POU component of the plan, correct?
Yes, he was, yeah.
Okay. That he got the resources he needed to make the assessments / final recommendation,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Hopefully she
So
does.
Staff Sergeant Stoll, the chief wanted to make sure he had the resources he needed to make the inputs into this plan.
Yes.
Okay. And now if we can go please to OPS 7355. And we looked at these notes earlier today, February 5th. These are notes of Chief Slowly about, actually, if you scroll up a little bit, okay. So it's actually an email from former Chief Slowly to you, copied to many people on the team. And this is the document, if you scroll down, where Chief Slowly sets out some general priorities for planning purposes, correct?
He's directing the plan, but yes, that's what he set out here, are his priorities for that.
Okay, and you felt that this was directing the plan?
Yes.
Okay, and your suggestion is that that was somehow too directive?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to return to that. But when we look at these priorities, I'm going to suggest to you they're pretty high level. Surge, contain, and enforce. Demonstration, fully implement plan.
Yeah.
Shut down secure enablers for unlawful and unsafe protests.
Fuel, fun, those are much more in the weeds.
Okay, but this isn't, you're not suggesting this is some sort of tactical level plan?
There are portions of it that certainly look tactical to me.
So
that he's wanting
you've
us
seen-
to interdict in the fuel specifically, and that was one of his things that he
Well,
returned to on a number of occasions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The fuel in particular was an issue of a lot of public attention in Ottawa, right? Okay. So, and I'm almost out of time for lunch, so I'll just ask you to agree with me about this. If you step back and try to put yourself in Chief Slowly's shoes, we are now on February 5th. We are now 7 days after a determination had been made that the city was facing an occupation and that the plan needed to be evolved, and he hadn't seen an evolved plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when we talk about how involved you would expect a chief to be, or how involved how much autonomy you're supposed to be giving your team, this was an exceptional circumstance, right?
Yes, it was.
It was an exceptional circumstance, and he was trying to get his team to move forward with the evolved plan, right?
But without the resources. to
Folks,
do
they
so.
had
That
no
was the
plan. All they needed to do
impediment
was
to
talk
us
to the
at that point in
people,
time for
and
those
everything
7
would have been
days. That's
solved.
exactly what
They
we were
just
struggling
needed to
with.
talk to
Could
people.
not agree with you more.
People
and
were
we can return to
struggling. They
that,
just wanted to be heard by their
after the lunch
government,
break.
and all they wanted to do was
Okay, so we'll
squish
take
people.
an
All they had
hour
to
for
do was
lunch
talk to
and
people.
come
Daisy,
back
go ahead, bring
and,
them in.
Continue this.
Bring them in,
Thank you.
Daisy, no
Thank you.
problem. But I can't
The
believe
commission
this.
is in recess for 1 hour. La commission levée pour 1 heure.
I can't believe this, Daisy. Like all anyone wanted was to be heard, right? That's all anyone wanted.
Yeah. I mean that they're just throwing everybody's just blaming everyone else and throwing each other under the bus. Mainly Slowly, it seems like right now. But
Yeah, Slowly's the main fall guy for sure. And the corner of and the mentioning of the for Fadas and the Rito Sussex intersection.
yeah, so they've brought up Farfada numerous times. It sounds like, and they're making a real point about bringing up that particular intersection.
That's going to be the focus of the government's case.
I think it must be, and they're going to try to probably make a connection to I guess like it being a motorcycle gang of some sort or some type of.
I've seen the members of them.
Organized crime of some
members,
sort.
like these older women walking along the gates of Parliament one day. That's my only memory of them.
Yeah.
Well, some of their members, they didn't look like your traditional organized criminal element.
No. Maybe that's part of their deep plan, I guess.
They looked like, not to be insulting, but older smokers, like maybe upper 50. The people I saw were in maybe upper 50s, lifelong smokers, women. Those are the ones that I recall from the top of my head. Didn't look like the kind of people who, I'm not going to say anything.
Too late, John. Too late.
Didn't look like the type of person who is a commensurator or an organizer or perpetuator of organized crime, and they were wearing those jackets there. I think if we read more closely as the testimony's coming out, they're specifically talking about, I think the only thing we've heard from that intersection was somebody tried to give a POA ticket there, and people surrounded them or rushed in on them or whatever, and made them feel unsafe or
Yes, the language they used was swarmed, but to me, swarmed implies that an assault occurred by multiple people.
And we know from the testimony from the head of the Ottawa's Emergencies and Protective Services, which bylaw falls under, the manager for the city, that there was no assault on a bylaw officer for the entire Freedom Convoy. So a POA ticket that would have assumedly been a police officer, bylaw officer, which would fall under the no assault category testimony given. They're giving contradictory testimony, and it seemed like today the commission lawyer came out swinging. They had a lot, I feel like they lost a lot of ground yesterday with the OPP's testimony. It was really shattering to the narrative that there was no foreign interference of any credibility, that there was authentic, large support for the Freedom Convoy in the millions of dollars raised by Canadians. And of course, we know this from FinTrack's public reports earlier this year, that the money, the majority of it, the vast majority of it came from Canadians. A couple dollars, maybe $1 million or $2 million in total came from out of country, but the vast majority of the 20 million, I'm talking like 18 million or so in that neighborhood, would have come from Canadians, and that's in a short period of time. Other people around the world of grassroots natures took interest and said, okay, here are $5 Australian, here have $10, 10 pounds.
Wasn't anomalous.
It wasn't an organized criminal effort as the CBC or other agencies had reported, and even the OPS. That individual was the head of the OPS's POIB, the provincial. Let me just read this up right here. The Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau. That's Superintendent Pat Morris, OPP superintendent with POIB. So he was in charge of they're talking about the reports that they get every day. What are they called? The Morden reports, the Hendon reports. So he's the one in his team who ultimately hands those out, which is the province's best information on things. And the province is in the loop with CSIS and RCMP and stuff. And that team is coordinated on a national and partner-based level, according to the testimony. He gave very professional, well-spoken testimony of a neutral scale, and it was devastating for the government's narrative. I mean, I really don't see how after yesterday's OPP narrative that the Emergencies Act could be justified, even with that alone, because they admitted no states, no sabotage, espionage, no serious, credible intelligence on threats to human life or property, which never also materialized. So there was no intelligence, nor did it ever execute. The main justifications for the Emergency Act just are all gone, and they have shown repeatedly through different actions that they could resolve this. The situation in Coutts was resolved without the Emergencies Act. The situation at Windsor was resolved without the Emergencies Act, right? They resolved the situation. Speaking of Ottawa,
before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Without the use of the Emergencies Act, the situation at Confederation Park here in Ottawa with the structures of terror that they're talking about, the little cabana for the lunch shack that they built, which was really impressive that they built that so fast. And it had unsafe fuels in proximity to fires. The fire was in the middle of Confederation Park, and as I called it, the Walmart or the Costco, like where they were keeping everything, was quite a ways away. I would say upwards of 200 to 300 meters away. They had this bigger fire that people were gathering around in Confederation Park, but that was in a fairly open space, upwards of 200 to 400 meters away from the cabana shack and all of the cooking activities. They even had a medical. They had a medical trailer there with actual registered nurses who were, for some reason, currently out of work. Who I had a lovely conversation with one of the individuals there, and they actually even gave me some hand warmers because that particular day it was really chilly, and I was like, please.
Those were lifesavers.
They gave me some. So anyways, that the Ottawa police demonstrated that they had the ability to resolve situations. The situation in Confederation Park was resolved with neutral understanding between both parties, the convoy and the police services, and the structures were willfully moved. So, as Slowly said at one point during the testimony this morning that they were going to negotiate with the protesters, but they weren't going to give them an inch. That's not negotiation, first of all.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. Yeah,
and this isn't a hostage situation. We're talking about a protest is a protest. There's nothing in the Charter of Rights, and shove your Section 1 where the sun don't shine, because you can't just say Section 1 to say that a protest has a time limit, because there's nothing written in the law, in the Charter or the Canadian Bill of Rights that says a protest has a time limit. So a protest is a protest is a protest. End of discussion, period, full stop, no exceptions. A protest is a protest is a protest. There's no time limit or duration on a protest. There are things that make a protest not a protest, like when they start smashing through windows and hurting people and picking them, turning over cars and lighting cars on fire and lighting buildings on fire. Yeah, that would make a protest a riot. And that's not a protected element of civil disobedience. But protesting civil disobedience is lawful, and there's no duration or time limit on it.
Yeah, and I mean, so many people have posed the question so far, and nobody has provided an answer, as far as I know. Did this protest allegedly become something else?
Well, apparently, actually, we kind of heard that right before you joined back in.
Okay.
They said that by January 31st, or by the Sunday or the Monday after the first weekend, the OPS recognized that we were no longer in a protest.
Okay.
We were in an
Perhaps
occupation.
perhaps that's OPS opinion, but that doesn't make it law.
It's not no, it doesn't. And
that's internal opinion in OPS. But I mean, that does not.
Even if a councillor has an opinion, it doesn't make it effective law. Our charter and our Bill of Rights
or
do
the
not have
Prime Minister.
Our charter and our bill of our charter at the constitutional level and our Canadian Bill of Rights at the federal law level do not have a time limit set on protests. And you can shove the Section 1 of the charter where the sun don't shine. If you raise the charter, I'm still going to independently raise the Canadian Bill of Rights. It's its own thing. And like I said, the Section 1 isn't something you can just go, okay, your protest has exceeded the 5-hour protesting limit. It's no longer a protest. It's an occupation. This is a siege, a fortress, cutting the head off the Hydra. The language that you're using, chat, is deliberate, and they're trying to twist a color narrative here. This is subconscious implanting. This is deliberate use of language to have a subconscious effect on the thought processes of the people watching the sound bites. Yeah, they're talking about something that's not scary or threatening, but they're using this terrifying language, right? Like fortresses, siege. You know what I mean?
They use the word insurrection numerous times.
Insurrection. They're just using
about the convoy and about the police.
The police was having an insurrection. If everything's an insurrection, nothing is.
Exactly.
If everything's a siege, nothing is. You know what's a siege? What's happening in Ukraine? That's a siege. That's a siege. That's an occupation. That's an insurrection. And the elements of the Ukrainians rising counter elements of the Ukrainian. That's an insurrection. Again, so. They're using these language to paint negative pictures when they're literally talking about benign things. Let me put this in perfect context for you. It's like going to Tim Hortons and ordering, or going to a restaurant and ordering something, and somebody comes in and demands a refund for a coffee, and then you go on social media and said that the restaurant was under siege, or I don't know. It's really hard to explain their silly but deliberate use of the language here to paint these pictures. Do you have another example, Daisy?
Well, even just in the example used, I mean, by this morning about the insurrection with the police. I mean, it was a disagreement internally with Ottawa Police. So a disagreement inside the police service was called an insurrection.
Potentially the appropriate word in our English language, and I'll need Councillor McKenney's expert opinion on this. In our English language would be mutiny. Mutiny would probably be the closest severe word to describe such a situation where there's a command structure and elements within the command structure are rebelling against it. And we got.
And I don't think even in this case it rose to that level. Let Matt in for a sec. I'll jump out.
No, you can stay in. Fuck.
Well, I'm still here, but
you could come in the box. All three of us.
Yeah,
I'm still here. But
how's my brother today? Good. I missed this morning. I had to work, guys. So I'm back. So how's everybody doing?
Good. Don't know where Daisy went. He's gone.
I'm here still. I'm just dealing with the dog for a second. I got a lot on the go, guys. I'm trying my best.
I have to restart the stream, guys, and we are going to take an extended break here in a minute. We will be back for 2 p.m.
Okay.
I'm taking an extended break because I need to fix some audio issues, reset the computer, stuff like that. But did you see anything that happened, Matt?
Me, I was at work, so I needed a little bit of an update for you guys to brief me in a little bit. But
there's really nothing that so my notes are boring. It was a really boring so far. It was just everyone. The easiest way to summarize what happened is everyone's trying to throw everyone else under the bus.
Yeah,
that's really what's happening.
That's how I'd summarize it too. Particularly former Chief Slowly. They're really going after him, setting him up. It sounds like to take the fall. A lot of inflammatory language and rhetoric, but
it makes sense why he has so many lawyers here for himself now.
Exactly.
I just find that we live into a weird society now, because the real truth of this movement that was begin is something that if you didn't put your both feet into it, you couldn't have the real truth, because everything that came out in the media, in the news, in the newspaper, no matter where, was negative. Okay. And when you went there and you walked and you seen and you play hockey and you play with the kids, and then suddenly you realize you're like, hey, that's not true. Like the media, what they're saying and the reality of the thing is two different, completely opposite. And I find that bad that in 2022, we're still having issues like this. This convoy could have been dealt differently from the start till the end. And at the end, we could have respect human rights. We could have listened to the people who says, hey, open your barricades because you're just annoying all the city because you're not doing this. Bring all the trucks at the same place. Bring everything to the same place. It would have make a way, way, way better image on us. But they didn't want this. They wanted to destroy our image so we look bad and we look criminal and we look like a bunch of, you know, like, I don't know how you want to call it, but at the end, it's nonsense to my eyes that we're still at a point like this in our lives. And that's what we need to change. After a while, there's a reality, there's the truth, and there's imagination about Santa Claus. And at the end,
I was putting up the same thing. Yeah, so they actually, I mean, multiple people have testified throughout this so far that they were getting their intel from mainstream media and from the internet. So, particularly from mainstream media.
Exactly.
And like
even
you touched on. Yeah, exactly.
The mayor, he was right beside it, and he couldn't go outside and walk a little bit and talk to the people and see the reality of the thing, you know? Oh, the news said this. Oh, this said that. Yeah, but the news said all bunch of things that weren't true. So at the end, I don't know if we'll have a solution, guys, but we'll try our best, right? That's why we're here. And I had a nice message the other night saying, you did great. Thank you for bringing me on. He said, Freedom George was really proud of everything we've did. And he says 2 thumbs up to us guys. So, hey, let's not quit, okay? There's some people that still like what we're doing, you know? We're not bad people. We're good people with a lot of heart and a lot of love to give. And that's what we're here for, I think. And, so,
that was pretty cool the other night. That was special. And what a humble guy, Freedom George. Eh? Like,
I still have some chills. Like,
yeah.
My heart is still beating like super fast.
Yeah.
Sorry
so,
if I took
John,
too much time the other night.
Are you going to start another stream, John?
I'm going to have to, but we could go a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to start the stream until closer to 2, though. I'm going to be taking.
Okay. Well, I'll go eat then.
Okay.
Matt, does that work?
Yeah. Well, give Matt a couple more minutes here.
We'll let him, do his things, and we'll come back around 1:45, and we'll settle.
Oh, it's gonna be a bit later than that, but we'll see you around soon. Matt, do you want to say some other stuff to the people? I'll give you a minute or two to talk to people.
Okay. But anyway, guys, I just want you to understand that our movement, we started off with the Freedom Convoy. After that, we became Freedom Fighter, and now we're just some Canadians that are concerned for the next generation to come. Okay, I believe that if we all put our heart together, one another, holding ourselves and saying, listen, it went too far. There's things that could have been dealt differently. We're not the people that wanted all the trucks all over the city to disturb all the Ottawa citizens. Okay, we didn't want this. What we wanted is, first of all, to regroup everybody together. We didn't want to disturb nobody. We know the horn were loud. I'm not argumenting with anybody about this. It was loud, but it was only noise. There was no violence. There was no, you know, I just think that we can do better. We just can do better if we all grab ourselves and saying, let's do the right thing. Doing the right thing is not always easy, but doing the right thing is the best way to do things in life. Okay? We look at the farmers and everything and the taxing and this, they want to implant on the food and the gas and the pollution. But the prime minister can grab his private jet and pollute 20 times more than any of these people.
Thousands of times.
Thousands of times in a month, you understand? And at the end, I just feel bad that he doesn't look at himself. He's good at pointing finger, but when it comes time to reality check on your own person, he can't do that. And I just find this bad, that we live in 2022 and to a country with these kinds of things. Okay, a mayor that doesn't go out of his office to go and see the people, and he grabs anything on the news. The news were saying all bunch of negative things about us and never showed the real truth about Canadians together, helping one another, caring for one another. It was such a beautiful movement. And at the end, people think it was I don't know how you say it, but I heard so many description of us that it makes me so sad. Okay, people say, "Oh, Pat King's this and Pat King." Pat King was a good man.
You know, some people are going to disagree with that. Speak maybe to yourself, like to your personal experiences.
Yeah, but my personal experience, Pat King walked the street. Pat King cared as much as he could for many hours a day. And he didn't give up because he has an amputee or something like that. He continue and continue and continue. And
well, I mean, you could say that about Pat King. You could say that about the millions of people, the tens of thousands. Everyone did the same thing, right? So
exactly,
there's no difference.
But he had a little bit more pressure on his head. We have to admit that at the beginning, okay, now we can say we're all freedom fighters. I understand this. But at the beginning, he still had he was kind of not the leader, because there was no leader. At the end, he was just pushing a message that people went in the back of it and said, okay, I agree with him and let's support him. But at the end, he woke up all Canada. What they did, Tamara, Freedom George.
Yeah, you're focusing on one person, and like it was a true, like, yeah, they're not to disqualify that, but there was a huge amount of people involved in that. And if you're gonna start naming names, you're gonna have to say Tamara. You're gonna have to say Chris Barber. If it wasn't for Chris Barber, there would be no Freedom Convoy. So you got to mention Chris Barber. You're gonna have to mention everyone, and you're really focusing. And then not to take credit where credit's due, but there's a tremendous list of people there.
Exactly.
Like so you got to really stop the laser focus, maybe.
Yeah, but you're completely right about there was me, the group I bond with at the Freedom Convoy was the group of Pat and Freedom George and everything. I didn't really see Tamara and everything. I knew who she was and everything, but I didn't have the chance to bump into her too much and things like that, because she was more an office person than a field person.
So do you have anything to say about like not specific people, but of like the testimony and the commission, or?
I just find that it's bad. The thing is, you have to understand, I just feel bad that there's nobody that said, okay, let's sit down. Let's try to resolve this peacefully, honorably. Instead of saying, oh, we don't want to negotiate. We don't want to talk. It's no. As soon as we want something, and you know it, as it can be a Canada Day or anything, it's always no as soon as it's freedom. As soon as you say it's freedom related, it's the way it is. You understand? Like it's no. And that's what I feel, that it's bad, because we were not violent. We didn't destroy anything. We didn't have any kind of bad thing except the noise. The noise, that was it. But the rest, tell me where we went bad. Tell me where we destroy something, or we spray paint something, or we like I say, it's sad, because for all the effort that all the Canadians did at that movement, I feel bad that everybody's getting thrown on the bus, and there's no how can I say positive comments on what we did. Cleaning up the street, taking care of the homeless, make sure that everybody was okay, make sure that everybody had gas, food, drinks. you know, like it was a lot of collaboration between one another to achieve this beautiful movement we were in. And at the end, we never thought that the police could do this, ram into us and beat us up to kick us out. At the beginning, we were all together. We were all peaceful. We never, we let the police do their work. They wanted to do something. We moved back. We let them do their job. And sometimes the only thing we've did to a police officer is sing "O Canada." "Oh Canada," and people went, and the police went away when we sing "O Canada." At the end, I don't see what was bad about this movement. I don't know if you can confirm this, but at the end, I don't see that we were criminals or we were bad people at the end. We tried our best.
No, I mean, the justifications for the things the government did don't exist. And that's what we're seeing here play out at the commission, that they're focusing on Rito Sussex, but it's all we're hearing is a lot of procedural dryness. But when the actual information comes out, there was no, the OPP had credible information. Nobody was armed, had no credible threat, had no, credible intelligence actionable on a threat to anybody or anything. So, and then of course, as Pat Morris testified yesterday, Superintendent Pat Morris, that the lack of violent crime was astonishing. 10 total violent criminal charges for the Freedom Convoy, 6 of them being assault on a peace officer. Now, I'm assuming most, if not all of them, most of them happened during the final police actions when people were getting beat up and getting,
I would like to have the date of that, like you say. Like I would like to know.
They didn't give dates. They didn't give dates, and it's kind of irrelevant because, like, for the context of like looking at the number itself in this point is that there's 10 violent criminal charges for the entire Freedom Convoy. We're talking about tens of thousands, at least, direct participants in the city of Ottawa, probably at least 100,000 throughout the entire period who had come and gone. Peak periods of at least tens of thousands, 40-ish was the original estimate for the peak period. It could have been higher than that, but certainly at least 100,000 unique individuals participating in one point or the other through the 3 weeks. And of course, millions across the country participating in various different ways, lining overpasses, sending hard-earned money to support, $5 here, $5 there. And it adds up. And, with all that being said, the Pat Morris testified, it was shocking the amount of criminal charges, because a 3-week event with that much general grievances, that much, let's be frank, anger, and Canadianness, if that's a word, Canadianness really shined through, that we were all loving each other, that we were all supporting each other, and that the vast majority of people were peaceful and understood that peace was the path to success, and they chose it and they executed it. And we're not seeing evidence to the contrary here in the commission, and we're not going to see evidence to the contrary here that's painting people as evil or, like you said, criminal.
They don't have some. Even
they
if
don't.
They wanted to bring some.
And if they brought it at this point to the commission, what's going to happen is the OPP presented, the head of the Intelligence Bureau for the OPP presented his evidence yesterday, and of course he's tied in with CSIS and the RCMP. He's privy to a lot of the information they get, and he presented sworn testimony yesterday that they didn't have credible threats of those things. So if somebody comes up and says, okay, we had credible threats to this, to this, to that, it's going to be like, okay, either there is an incompetent communications breakdown or somebody's lying. In both scenarios, it's cataclysmically bad for our government and for Justin Trudeau in the long run. So it's either, what are you incompetent about? And there's certainly a lot of incompetence, as we can see, but it's like, if they're directly opposing each other, it's like, okay, who's lying? Is it the OPP? Is it the RCMP? Who's lying now? Because we're getting sworn testimony here that has established a certain pattern of facts beyond the feelings of most of the testimony that we've heard. We've heard genuine facts yesterday, some of them very stunning. So if some huge contradictory information comes out at this point, it's like somebody's lying. Who is it? That's what I think.
And would you have bring your kids to this event if it was a negative event? Do you understand what I'm saying? How many kids, like small kids, parents with the family and everything, that came and walked and seen? And if it
okay,
was
Matt, I'm going to give you an opportunity to say your piece to the chat. Yeah, like 2 minutes, and then I'm going to close the stream.
Let's keep on being Canadian. Let's keep on working hard. Let's keep on being peaceful. Let's keep on being true to our values in life. And I'll see you soon around 2:00. Gang, peace out. See you soon. Can't wait to see all of you. Okay, take care. You're doing a good job there, Patriot Smoothie. You're doing such a good job. I can't thank you enough for all the effort you're doing, because it takes a lot of effort and you're doing it so good. Thank you so much.